against Ruiz. Difficult to split, but this should be a good game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think both have just played one match so far, that I recall. Both with the loss. No, FSR got the win. I'm sorry, excuse me. I know Eklund, he lost to his younger brother at Hill, I believe.
I know what you were thinking. Ruiz was a little bit sketchy out there, but he got away with one, didn't he, and managed to get the victory. Catchy, though, played okay against his younger brother. We did say at the time, I'm sure both players will be glad to get that one out of the way. I really loved the way Catchy breaks the balls.
Yeah, it's like a break you feel like it's just going to work everywhere, no matter how the tables are breaking or the situation. Looks like he can push through on the corner, even though it's touchy with the right middle near.
Yeah, it's one of them, isn't it? I know they've been playing a little bit this afternoon and they're practicing, but when you go into game mode, it's just one of them shots where you've just got to back yourself and just stay still and just try and knock it in. There you see Moritz Neuhausen. Pretty much everybody's a debut this year. Only 3 players who played last year have made the grade this year. They played it in the side, JJ. Is that what you meant? I wasn't really looking properly.
No, I knew both pockets were available. I just thought he'd take the corner for a little more guaranteed position, but with the red 3 kind of up there on the top end by itself, hard to figure something terrible to happen. Now one, it looks like he's maybe just got to roll forward. Level out, use your talent. Okay, now he's perfect to get short side. Just got to be aware, don't get into the ball too much. That way the slick table doesn't carry you into the 9.
Yeah, just double checking, but it looks to have a nice natural angle just to go above the 9 into the gap. Maybe he knew something we didn't.
Yeah, I think that comes down to technique a little bit. Used to talk about Kachi a little more. He's a little more of a strike at impact kind of guy, which is, I think, a great thing a lot of times, but plays against you on certain conditions, certain shots.
It's amazing, isn't it, Jeremy? You know, if you play on a club table that's cloth's been on a while, how different you hit the ball there to come over. It's just so much easier, isn't it, on a club table?
Yeah, you can really manipulate. He's going to take this on now, I believe. I like that. Going to get a little out of line with the cue ball, though.
Yeah, he kind of hugged that second rail, didn't it? Didn't really spring off. He watched the cue ball.
Yeah, well, there's difficulties in different ways, right? I mean, here, of course, we have very snug pockets, but with the new felt, you can slide them in a bit. So certain shots, of course, they play very small from the center of the table, but most of the time it's all about the cue ball, slick table. This is touchy. He's got to get thin on the 7 as well, doesn't he? Unless he's coming all the way around.
Chasing the finish here. Cue ball has not been on a string, and then for some reason you never seem to get back in line, do you?
Yeah, it's almost like luck sometimes to get back in line. Taking on another super thin one here, or is he slow rolling the bank?
Why not? Why not go for the bank?
Oh, it's a scrappy out, I'll tell you, and don't lose focus here on. There's one of the more simple shots of the rack. I talked to Eklund last night, and I really liked what I heard as far as he's going to go to America and play some extra events that he normally wouldn't play, and I think that's a great thing. Stay playing, right? So much money on at stake here the next few months and on into the summer.
Yeah, talking of great, as I was saying, Jeremy, only 3 players from last year's PLP are here this week. That just shows you the strength in depth, and obviously fair play to Matchroom. They've, made the event a little bit different, throwing some of the young guns in, some of the lower ranked players. I know some of the high ranked players are not best pleased, but the PLP is all about getting, the sport out there into the masses, letting people understand what 9-ball is about. That's why we're here for 8 days playing 2 sessions, and it's non-stop 9-ball, but just 3 players.
Yeah, I guess that would be Jason, FSR, and Shane.
Correct. Yeah, FSR, after the 15 matches played last year, finished 9th in the league table, so he only just made the cut. He won 8 and lost 7.
It's amazing, too, that display he put on the year before actually fell behind early with Sanjin doing so much work and leading the pack, but it was almost that time where we just kind of knew the FSR was going to turn it on just because what he had done so well all over the world.
Yeah, and I remember the final. Ruiz against Shaw, and as you're saying, JJ, the timing, FSR was, world champion. He'd gone on that mad one and he seemed to win all the big events. And I remember he beat Shaw in the final. And a couple of little things went his way, and I had to interview Jason, and he didn't say too much. Let's put it that way. And it was this very shot where he seemed to figure out the quickest. Would you agree with that, Jeremy?
No, absolutely. And not only figure it out, but be able to repeat it in the biggest moments. And just like kind of put it to like a Jordan Spieth in the golf there for a few years. Never made a bogey, it seemed like. And when you're never making those big mistakes and never letting any games go and then running many racks, that adds up to a lot of wins.
Okay, he's going to look at the blue too. Not sure about the red 3. Obviously you've been around the sport a healthy amount of time. Obviously between the players, we're always trying to figure out the break, aren't we? We should do this on the break. We should move this ball up here. We should rack them in a square. We've tried it all. We've heard it all. Now we're about a couple of seasons on from this break change. Where do you think we sit with it? Do you think it's fine as long as the pockets are snug like this?
Well, I think, any break, the pockets have to be snug with these players. That's just a better pool. Plus, it's just what it's meant to be, I think, with the tighter pockets. But I think you could use a hair of tweaking, maybe. I think the players just, compliment to them how good they are. And the one thing about the cut break, though, you do see a variety of different types of approaches, so I think that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at a couple of the matches we did today, nobody could seem to get a look at the lowest ball, could they?
Yeah, and I think it's just going to have spurts like that. So it's all about being the complete player to be able to maneuver on those types of runs where the break's acting a little tough. I still like kind of switching back and forth from one side to the next.
That's the tennis player in you, Jeremy. It's coming back out.
Yeah, just, again, they're so good.
Yeah, I know if I'm sure you're a little bit like myself. I know obviously you told us, years ago the pockets did play tight. So when I come into the era of 9-ball, the pockets were massive. But I think of all the rules and everything you can do, cloths, chalks, cues, I'd just make sure them pockets are, the right size. They're never going to be like a snooker table, of course. People who don't really know what they're talking about often think that, but the minute you start playing like 9-ball on a Chinese 8-ball table, you're not playing 9-ball, are you?
No, it's not meant to be there. I mean, it's just, you can't just, it just can't be automatic the ball's down. That's just the main thing, I think, and we all want to see both players play. Hey, that one was close.
Oh, I think we could do the replay there. Well,
pretty sure it was good, though.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, because the 3 went down towards the bottom cushion. The 3 would have come more across.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I mean, listen, Ruiz, not just a fantastic sport and player, he's probably the nicest guy on tour, you know.
I tell you, he doesn't ever seem to sulk, I tell you, and he's never going to give another person something negative.
Anyway, what a beautiful shot Katchet has just played. Had to just flick the 3 ball to make the 9.
A couple of young guns and guys that are going to be on top for a long time. Or it's Newhausen. And AJ Manis, Albert Manis, on table 2.
Yeah, a big social media presence as the young Filipino AJ Manis. If you was to go on his Facebook, some of the videos he puts on of himself, even, you know, walking down the street, they get like 1 million views. But things are not looking too good on table 2 for Manis. He's 2 down to Neuhausen. There's the powerful break, 9 balls tracking. Sanjin's sat right in front of us practicing, and he just said his break is sick.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, it's just fun to watch. I mean, I know we see it often, but just to be able to cut the balls and really never let the cue ball get in the air. I'm not sure exactly how that happens all the time, and get so much energy into the rack.
How do you like these? These are okay. It's really about one shot, isn't it? It's that pink 4 coming back down for the 5. If you get that right, should be over.
Yeah, and he was dressed up on the 2 to get on the good side of the red 3. Like to get out by the 9, I believe. Just kind of stun out one rail. Maybe even a little past the 9's okay. It looks like he has to cheat it. Maybe kind of draw the ball in that position versus using the cushion.
Settle down, cue ball. He's lost it. Safety shot's pretty easy. I'm wondering if he'll play an attacking shot instead with a bit of safety in mind.
We can go 1 cushion towards the purple. We can go 2 cushions towards the purple, whichever one he wants, really. Hard to mess it up, you would say.
Yeah, that was the shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, he wanted to use the 9 a little bit just to cut off the jump, but Fran, he kicks at the ball so well, he's going to play whatever the highest percentage is. I think what you're seeing here is that left side pocket's kind of right in the way of the 2-rail kick that he would like. So where's he going with this jump? Hard to get shape, I know, if he's trying to make the bank. Just maybe hit the left side and let the cue ball run. Wow. How good are they with the jump cue?
Yeah, the control with the cue ball, just to get the cue ball reacting slow after contact. Wonderful.
I'd love to get one back after losing game 2. Get one back on Kachi's serve here, or his break rather. I like the slow swerve here. I don't think you have to sell out if you miss it either. I think you could land on top of the balls a little bit. Kind of like the slow kick also, as long as you don't think the ball's going to bend too much on the slick table.
Yeah, watch the cue ball arc. It's easy to go around the back of it. Oh, good effort. Needs it to slow down. Sit on the top rail.
I don't know. This is a hair odd. I'd like to say he's going to spin around this ball, which is very good at this. I think he gets between the 8 and 9, maybe. Maybe past the 9. Yeah, he did. Good stuff.
A little light. Well, it's going to get there. Yeah, again, a little funny. The cue ball just running on a little bit further than ideal.
It looks like he's not drawn on top of the 8, though. So the option is to go forward. I like just drawing the short side myself. And just kind of pinch it past that side pocket.
Well, good run out. It was the safety of the jump shot that helped. And then you see AJ Manas in the background. He's trailing 4 racks to 0, but he's at the table. Due to the short race, it doesn't take long. Need to change things up, but just out of vision there, we can see on our other TV, Manas did miss the 4 ball.
And it's almost like what I've seen on the practice table with him, just the odd ball. I think maybe some of the deflection of the slick tables getting him at times.
Here we have it. That's where the 4 ball has finished.
Extension.
That'd be a sweet ball to cut in, and at 4-0, it sure is tempting.
And them young guys that he's got as well. He's done a decent job there.
Always was a hard shot for me to pull the trigger on there. Always wanted to look for something else.
Trying to go in behind it. Needs a bit of love. The purple 5.
That Fran knew it right away. Dry break here in rack number 4 for Sanchez Ruiz. Tough push out situation though.
Neuhauser made the jump. Cue ball's landed a little short. He'll have a go at it though. Yeah, good shot there from Moritz. One more good shot, get on the brown 7.
Did he push out and leave him straight in? Kachi trying to push behind the 3 for the jump?
Yeah, it sort of gives us that impression and his reaction as well, so he may have just won the strangest push out of the week award.
But it wasn't the decision, it was the execution that made it strange.
Oh. Moritz Neuhausen just missed the 7 down the long rail for the match.
Yeah, I think Fran's in a perfect spot to come down for position as well. Oh, he's missed the 1. Wow.
Okay, something in the air here at the minute. This evening session.
Yeah, he's just got to kill this. There's been some odd misses. I think none more than the last match with Duong. I think ball in hand he missed on the 1. Missed a pretty easy 6 ball as well right before it. Then a couple other got away. He didn't want to try and run out anyway, so he'll bang the 2 away and using the 6. Bring the 2 up table.
Well, he went for it, JJ, didn't he?
I guess he thought it was kind of free. He thought maybe the English would bring him a little more towards the middle of the table. Big shot there, took away that problem on the 4-9. 4's exited the table as well, but could possibly cut it in if he could really reach it. It would be a safety. Now this one I do kind of like edging the 3 a little bit and coming up the right side using the 7 and the 5. Could bank it away also.
Well, if he can see this edge, he's going to chip off it, try and get the cue ball back up where it is.
I never mind a little swerve to hit this thick also and bank it away and try and kill the cue ball behind the 8.
Just got to watch this bottom right corner pocket. If you don't hit this one right, cue ball could go over there.
And just doesn't get enough credit on that end. Of course, the players give him tons of credit and understand how good he is kicking at the ball and tactically and whatnot. But I think just because of his offensive prowess and his big break, a lot of fans don't realize how good he is tactically.
AJ Manis wins his second rack over there. Let's not forget, Moritz had 3 balls left. He was 4-0 up. He missed that long 7. Pretty easy 7 ball as well. And now it's 4-2. So a little bit of heat on the German there. Table 2 just seems to be running a little quicker, doesn't it?
And love to kick this and bring the 3-1 rail behind the 8 off the bottom cushion and slide the cue ball down the rail. Could clip the 3 as well, like this. Always thought that was a little more dangerous, but he got away with it, possibly anyways.
Yeah, the brown 7 and the purple 5 may help Catcher here if he can clip this red 3 ball. He could lay the hook back, especially if he hits the top side of the red 3. Yeah, just a little bit too thin, wasn't it?
Lots of ways to play the bank here. He could draw into the purple, kind of hold behind the purple, let the stroke go like that. I think, was he trying to catch a piece of the purple maybe as he drew by? Hard to imagine missing that speed by that much.
Okay, game number 4 here. Let's have plenty of safety shots. You just see the distance there. Manus is at the table again. Running round. This is for his 3rd rack. To pull it back to 4-3 down. Really enjoyable to watch, isn't he? Jeremy, the young Filipino, just runs round the table. Big long cue action and goes for the shots.
And now a lot of heat on Moritz, really. This match could have been over with a goose egg for his opponent. Yeah, someone finally in position to make a clearance and get on to game 5.
Yeah, Neuhausen and Manus have only played the one match. They've both lost that match.
Kind of squeaked that one home. Pretty ideal position.
Okay, after a pretty lengthy rack of 9 ball, playing safeties from both, Ruiz ties it up. Declan Catchit has only played the one match as well, Jeremy, and he lost that to his younger brother. Can soon start to get to you, this BLP. Don't be fooled in thinking, well, I've got 15 matches. It's all about momentum, isn't it? And that goes for winning and losing. This is the situation on table 2. He's got a kick at this ball. Moritz played the hook.
Did you play the hook or the push out?
He played the hook.
Oh, it was a
Yeah,
okay.
he moved the 2 ball. He just flipped off the 2.
Yeah, I like the off the side cushion. Can't believe he's not looking at the side cushion here. Now, is this the youth getting, maybe? Whew. It's a big ball to kick and stick, it seems like.
Maybe he needs a few hours with Jeremy Jones.
Well, I think he's got the best kicker that is very available all the time back in his homeland. And there's a few of them, by the way. Not just, I got to say one of our goats. I really, really got to say that I'll give him a dead heat between him and SVB. And for different reasons, but hard to say one of them's a goat without the other. Odd little shot here. Can he follow through, kind of shooting the two rails between the 4-9 and kind of go the rail and spin the cue ball behind the red 3 maybe?
Well, the enough that we've seen not so long ago from Manus. This is a situation. This is for the point. Yeah, he's nicely on the 9, so he's going to get his first point of the event. He's going to be 1 from 2. Manus will down 0 wins from 2 matches. And there it is, a little bit of a scare. He got the job done.
Okay, just crossed the 2 over and controlled the cue ball nicely behind the pink. Sizing up a 2-rail escape, I believe. So good with the jump cue. Thought he may pull that out here.
Pretty good effort. It's going to be no good though. Eklund's got a chance now. This goes in the side.
I was going to say, I didn't see him cueing down on the ball at all, and I thought, well, maybe the angle is different than what I see. Maybe he's playing it off the 7. I thought maybe, just because it was available, but I thought to come cleanly, you need to draw that a bit.
He's coming round to have an eager look. I think there's a gap there. All depends on what piece of the red 3 ball Ruiz can see, of course. He might just be forced into a particular shot because of the piece of the red he can see. Yeah, the safety's been pretty good from both players in this match. You would expect that, I suppose.
you remember, though, Kachi really had a chance to run out here and clear the table, and he's going to have to battle for it with one of the best in this department.
Oh, wow. Look at this. And he gets a shot as well. Wow.
Aloysius Yap just broke off between a match between him and Edward Koyanjian of Indonesia. Another young gun. Yap's pretty young himself. I think he's just now approaching 30 years old.
Ruiz's turn to leave the gap.
Watch out for the corner of where he's standing. He wants this cue ball to go a long ways. Yeah, really good control.
Yeah, another couple of rolls, and he got away with that one, but Eklund can knock this ball in. You have to go forward with the cue ball, though.
Yeah, an odd shot. I mean, probably just takes what he can get here, just coming off one cushion. Could stun forward to try and get, keep a hair closer to the purple 5.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but the last sort of, the Reyes Cup and the Mosconi Cup, and I don't know, there just seems to be a few more misses in Eklund's game. Such a great potter of the ball, but the misses have seemed to be coming.
Yeah, I thought he got better at the Mosconi, like way better. Of course, he had struggled in a few different ways at the Reyes Cup, but here it looked like he was playing beautifully last week and then kind of struggled in some odd spots. Not only missing a couple shots, but the cue ball getting away as well. And now this rack, he's had a few chances, and it looks like FSR's got a good chance to get his first lead in this match.
FSR's turn to miss the 6th ball up the long rail. I like the way this table is playing, though. That might have gone in last week on the diamond. Jeremy, what do you think, looking at the overhead?
Yeah, the way the diamond played last week for sure. And I'll tell you, just from the looks of this, from just this morning, I think it's starting to play a hair different. Of course, we're really near the practice tables, and I'm watching some shots over there that I think are going to slide in, and it's not happening. These pockets are like 3.9 inches, 3/7/8. Just depends on how you want to look at it. But don't think that can't start to get a little mental, even with the best players in the world.
Yeah, you got to make sure that cue ball's a lot better. Well, not the highest of quality so far. It's never going to be that way. Obviously, things can change. But Eklund wins rack 5, 3-2. Table 2 has just started out. The young Indonesian Edward Koyanjan. He's on the 9 ball to take the opening rack there. Eklund didn't play in the PLP last year. I think it was the year before. Won about 2 matches out of his 15. Had a complete nightmare in the tournament. That's the practice area. Robbie Capito and Sanjin Pelovanovic, they're warming up because they're out next. They'll be playing each other on the main stage.
I'm just trying to think about, you know, the mid-90s when I started playing Pro Tour and on into, let's just say 2005. Let's just say my first 9-10 years of doing it. We had an event like this with the oldest player be 41. Probably the average age, maybe 25, 26 amongst all the players. Pretty amazing, really. I think the oldest player might have been 55 years old, something like that.
Oh, nice break. Where's the 2 ball going to finish? Not great. I don't know if he can bank the ball.
Don't know how much the right side he can hit with a lot of control. He can definitely bank it. I never loved playing the left side of this ball with just 1 ball to snooker him with the purple. So I think he's supposed to attack here. As long as he feels comfortable getting on the 3, you want a reward if you make a bank.
Yeah, that's why we felt attacking option was better. A little bit unlucky with the cue ball though, where it's finished. I remember in previous PLPs, it'll get to the point on about day 3 where the big guns at the top of the table, they're just trying to keep outdoing each other. We'll be on similar wins, 1 or 2 losses.
It should be an easy kick shot, most likely anyways, but I think you got to go this way and just get the simple snooker.
Yeah, top rail, here we go.
Might jump this, huh?
I don't know, I think going off the top where he's getting his jump cue. Trying to pull the cue ball back down into this corner. You can see all the balls in the way. Wants to get this cue ball moving down the left rail a little bit. Yeah, and he didn't.
bit more of this than I thought. Now he's going to the short cue.
We'll take the outcome of that. Oh, nicely. Very nicely done indeed from Ruiz.
Yeah, he just understands it, right? The way the balls are going to react, what the percentages, the ball holding up, and learn a lot from that guy.
Well, we've seen a few misses. A bit of distance here. He's obviously right behind it. He knows he's going to be at the centre of the pocket. He's going to play it with a bit of pace. You could just see it, JJ, couldn't you? Just caught the rail. It's amazing what that does for the mindset. I'm not saying every tournament they play in the pockets are buckets, but when you can catch that rail and the ball still goes in, then you play on a table like this knowing that you can't, it just changes the whole shot complexion. And you know what? I didn't fancy him for it either.
Was that just day one, or what you've seen in this match, maybe? Or
No, the last match of the European Open against Bongers, he blew it at 9 apiece. It was incredible.
You said he had a chance before that.
Yeah,
I thought.
and then this afternoon he missed like a long 5-ball. I just think there's certain long shots, especially under this just under 4 inches, where he's just second guessing himself a little bit. That's all.
Well, I know this probably doesn't make a technical difference, but Fran gets down with the open-handed bridge a lot of times from distance with the draw stroke, where I really just kind of grew up with that closed bridge from distance. It seems like
what we call the loop bridge in England.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Which you'll see. I mean, this generation, and of course generations, even the younger ones than Fran, they use a little more of the open bridge than we did years ago.
Anyway, Eklund Catchy didn't punish the mistake. He didn't get on the pink 4-ball, did he? So that's why. We've still got a bit of action here in rack 6, and things are motoring along on the other table. It's one apiece between Yap and Koyunjun.
Yeah, this is odd as well. Should be able to get him over behind the 7, but not easy.
Played it with low left, I think.
Yeah, it just didn't feel like rolling the ball. It felt like he could sell out an easy shot, I think. But Fran, not a big dog here with the short cue.
Yeah, the other thing to bear in mind and all, obviously these two are playing each other. They feel like they're up there with the big dogs from Europe. Is he going to get lucky? Is he going to fluke it? Well, I'm sure he'll take that.
Yeah, nice safety, but just the way the racks have gone, a couple of them in this match, you feel like not only is Fran awesome in this department, escaping, but I feel like it's going to happen. It's just one of those matches.
It is one of the matches, but what I will say is if you look at Jason Shaw, Shane Van Bonen, Johan Chua, they seem to be kind of just knocking the balls in. These two are just, at the minute, playing a very similar level, not quite clinical enough.
Yeah, and what's happened in each of these long racks is someone's had a chance to make it a quick one and fumbled, and from there it's been a lot of back and forth.
Yeah, exactly.
Which the guy who should have lost the rack maybe is in love with it, but it kind of beats you up a little bit.
We hit that pretty good, and look at this. It's just everything's just landing a little awkward, and it seems to be the way when you're struggling with your game. It doesn't just stay over the pocket, does it?
Yeah, this is a bit thinner than it looks. Really, at first glance, you'd say you're supposed to cut this down the rail, but if you're behind that cue ball, I bet it looks super thin. I don't think it'll be a cross-side bank. I could be wrong. It's like he's just going to use the 7, maybe.
I think he's got the jump cue in his hand. Yeah, he has. Well, at last someone's going to get an easy opener. He's lost the cue ball. Catchy will sit back in the chair and wonder how he's not going to win this rack.
And of course, you're going to have to play a ton of matches, not only in this first round, but to win the event, but each day. So, I mean, if you can cruise on a couple of them, just how much better are you going to feel mentally?
Yeah, the difference between the two players so early on just feels like it's quite big to me. Ruiz would go 2 from 2. Catchy would have lost 2 from 2. We did see Skylar Woodward, didn't we? Remember when he went on that mad win streak? Was it 2 or 3 seasons ago in the PLP? Not saying he was down and out, but he ended up winning something like 10, 11, 12 games on the spin.
I feel like he did a little of that another year also. I know he did it one year, but
Yeah,
like 2 different years, I think he went on a big run.
He sort of does that in the open events and all, doesn't he? He loses first or second match, then goes on a bit of a tear up.
Solid stroke there. Yeah, we're an hour into this match at 3-3.
Yeah, and that's largely due to some pretty good safety shots. And a few shots where they're coming out of the hooks and using the short stick, getting away with it. And both players missing a few balls as well.
Yeah, I think Kachi and Fran have both stepped away for their timeout.
Yeah, let's just flick over to table 2, see what's going on over there. It's the man at the table who's got the lead. He's 2-1 up. Young Edward, all the way from Indonesia.
Yeah, I think this ball does play in the side. Obviously missable, but it's going to go in at a light speed. I mean, no one loves these shots, but you almost really have to kind of fall in love with them to be good at them, I think. Not fear them at all. Okay, he went in and tried to play the safety, and a dangerous one at that. Thought he'd go up behind the purple off the right side, but...
I'm amazed he didn't go for the pot there. I know they're tight, but if you play at the right pace and catch near jaw, 7's going to block it.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to watch Keith McCready at a young age and play a couple long sessions, and never saw someone attack the sides, but he did it so much from certain angles. I went home and I said, hey, I need to learn how to shoot these, and I got to where I was pretty comfortable with them, actually, even though severe. But I think it's just something that some players won't shoot at, where you have a little bit bigger advantage long term. And he is the greatest I've ever seen, even better than Efren, I think, at those really crazy angles going into the sides, even with a little speed, that being Keith McCready. Grady Seasons, you might know him from The Color of Money.
Yeah, I can picture him in the Colour of Money. Could do it watching that movie again, actually. Might put it on one night at about 2 a.m. when I finish. Well, everybody's missing balls here, Jeremy. Everybody is at it.
Yeah, a guy that doesn't miss the open ball very often, that being Yap. And yeah, I watched actually pretty much all The Color of Money over the holidays one night, and then I tried to get my way through The Hustler again another night, but it's a long movie, I tell you, and a tearjerker. You ever watched it?
Is it in black and white?
Yeah, the Paul Newman one, yeah. The original Fast Eddie Felson movie, you know.
Might sound a little crazy, but I don't recall seeing that one.
Wow, what a movie.
I don't know, it's just something about the black and white. It's not really doing it for me, but maybe I should take a peek.
Oh, absolutely. What a story, too. And little 9-ball action towards the side. He's got that weapon, right, that sometimes can just get him going, even though he's struggling. Got to come with here, even though he's in close quarters to the 2.
Yeah, again, though, Jeremy, it's this type of shot where I'm just not thrilled with confidence with Catchy or Ruiz behind this 2-ball. You know, if Jason was at the table, I just feel like it's going in the pocket. Obviously, the way the match has gone as well, that sort of lends it to...
A little doubt, right?
Anyway, we know he's got to go for it.
Looks like he needs a little speed to maybe bump the 3 or get past it.
Yeah, well done. Good shot.
Well, it looked like he liked it, but then he took a second look as he come up off the ball.
Oh, wow, what's going on here? Could have ended up a little bit worse. Big few balls here, and it's a big end to the match for Eklund because he's got one more match of the evening to play, and it's the last match of the night on table 1 against Yap. You know, if he does go on to lose this one, then you got to play Yap. You might go to sleep 0 from 3.
Well, you said when it's struggling, you know, or maybe a little doubt, it's not always just pocketing the ball. Sometimes mishitting a cue ball a little bit on an easy shot like that ball on the side. Obviously, the tip came up a bit. It doesn't always have to be, a miss that shows you what's going on.
Is he okay there, or is it a little steeper than that angle may tell us?
Yeah, I would have probably came over another 4 or 5 inches and then come to the backside of the 8, try and play a... If he tries to go through this with inside, I'm not sure he gets there. Okay, so it's a heavy stun off a small angle. Cue ball's going to be froze on this end rail. So even though day one, even though you know you have 12 matches to make up a lot of ground, do you feel a little frustration setting in? I do.
Without a doubt. I think, obviously these, Eklund Catchy's played in this event before. He's a nightmare in the tournament as well. And, if you start off a couple of losses out of 2 or 3 or something, and your Shanes and your Shaws are flying, running around the room, I can put you under the gun. Well, he's scraping along. He's been very fortunate to fluke the green 6. The 8 went off the jaw. Let's not mark this one down just yet.
No doubt. Much better stroke on the 8, though, and maybe that was the beeps kind of making him pull that trigger.
The 9 took another little jaw to go in. Anyway, Eklund Catchy's on the hill. Very, very fortunate. Massive fluke. 6 ball. Ruiz has a good temperament now, doesn't he? He'll keep going.
Well, Ruiz, even though you're not going to totally reflect on that mid-match, but during the event you may, when he won it 2 years ago, he didn't have the best start. Of course, Sanjin was robbing the entire tournament, it seemed like, but he didn't have the best start, stayed patient. Of course, easy to stay patient when he was winning every tournament, maybe at the time, but stayed patient and really made up a lot of ground in those days 2, 3, and 4. Maybe it was 3, 4, and 5. Okay, we're getting a look at young Edward, 3-1. Aloysius, yeah.
Oh, a golden break to tie this one up. What a moment. I mean, in the previous rack, Jeremy, where Catchy flukes the 6 ball, let's just call that a little bit of justice. The random ball knocks the bumblebee into the side, and you kind of always felt this one was going to go down to the final rack.
Yeah, well, half of our 12 matches in the first afternoon session, we had half of them at Hill Hill. Another 3 at 5-3, so a lot of close matches in round 1, or half of round 1. I don't know, I guess you would have just labeled the afternoon session day 1, correct?
Yeah, day 1. Evening session. After this rack, Robert Capito will play Sanjin Pilovanovic. Now Catchy's got the 9 ball moving a fair bit himself in this game. Can we go golden break, golden break? Oh, he got him moving, all right. Did he? Does this ball pot? It might have just gone a little bit too far. I don't know if it scrapes off the rail. Past the 8.
Yeah, I think it does, but anytime you're behind the ball a little bit, it kind of doesn't want to slide as much, it seems like. You're above it, kind of cutting it down the rail. Seems like you have more room for air. Kind of float this with a lot of right spin and just kind of drag the cue ball behind the pink, maybe, off the right side of the blue, too. Looks like he's shooting to me. The way he's addressing the shot.
How did he hit it? How did he hit it? Absolutely perfect. You could see it just caught that left rail at that angle. Sort of got to hit it where he did.
Go ahead, Carl. I'm sorry. I was just going to ask you, do you ever have that talk with yourself mid-match, like kind of a man up kind of thing? Let's get to it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, what am I doing? That type of thing. Yeah, listen, we know it's been a bit scrappy. There's been some good safeties, though.
Long ways from home here, though. The 6 getting to the 7. No picnic at all.
Yeah, the 9 ball playing havoc.
I might come across. I can get underneath this 9. Like that.
Pretty good. Yeah, that's also very good as well. So make sure you get down table.
I believe he started with this match with a break and run, looking to end it with a break and run. It's much different in the middle of the match, that's for sure.
Yeah, when it's all said and done, Jeremy, it was a good 2 ball. It was a good opening pot. Didn't have the full pocket. He knew he had to play it into that rail. Still got to get this one right, mine. Going across with a cue ball. Yep, well done. Don't think this doesn't mean anything to the players. These little race to 5s, 15 matches they're going to play. Look how much he's bearing down on the ball. I'm going to show you. They want to beat each other up. There it is. Finishes with a break and run. Ruiz is smiling. Kachi gets off the board with his first win. 5-4 over Ruiz. Coming up in 5 minutes' time, Capito versus Perlovanovic.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
There's so much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
joking.
Yes, great shot, collision.
Robbie Capito unleashes emotion.
Hotel Hills and Resort in Sarajevo is the host for this year's Premier League pool, the capital of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And we have a local. Up next, Sanjin Perlivanovic on the right. He's playing Hong Kong's Robbie Capito. This is the lag. I think Sanjin's got the job done. He will break first. And we'll get to the early stages of the league table shortly. Still early days, obviously. Day one, evening session. In the booth for this one, Scott Frost. No one can get a look at the lowest ball.
Yeah, it's just kind of been the story. Evening session. Tell you what, I did notice though, Sanjin over here hitting balls on the practice tables nearest us, but prior to this match, he was hitting the ball fairly clean. I was pretty impressed. He's got a great break. It's definitely improved. We saw that last week in the European Open. The short cue coming out immediately. Well, there is a benefit to knocking this in. I believe the 2 passes the 9, but if it lays right after knocking the 1 down, he could play the 2-9 combination. First, he's got to get the 1 down. The arm in the back has to be dead straight. And overcut it. Jeremy talks about that a lot. It makes sense, Carl. On the Racing, thicker slate. Possibly when they're going in the air, the cue ball tends to want to cut a little bit more on the jump shot.
Yeah, look at the leave. Got away away with one there. That could have gone anywhere.
What do you do, Carl? You just flick the top side of this and send it up behind the 8, or do your best?
Yeah, I mean, there's an outside chance of potting it, but there you go.
Yeah, now the 6 in a tough position. Does that allow him to afford an opportunity with a Karaman in the 9, possibly? Possibly a cut to the 9. Play the cue ball 2 ways around purple 5 and the 8.
Yeah, that looks kind of inviting, doesn't it?
I think the 6 dictates that shot, right? Just due to where it's at.
Yeah, I think he likes it. He's going to have a go, I believe. Fortune favours the brave. And Capito was brave. He's looking at the cue ball. I think it's dry. It is dry. What a shot, though. Fair play.
Yeah, and I like the speed at which he hit it. My concern was if he doesn't quite get it there, it might hang up, but I don't think it had a chance.
Yeah, Robbie Capito's played one. He's won one. So he's off to a nice start. Different story for Sanjin. Played one. Lost one.
Yeah, and it all started with that jump shot. Very difficult, length of the table.
Didn't need to go for it though, did he? He had the option of the push. On the small pocket, how many times are you going to knock the jump shot in?
Yeah, looking back, hindsight 2020, but the push was probably the play, especially on these pockets, like you said. It's what it's all about, making proper decisions and executing at this level.
Alternate break. Race to 5. Oh, that'll get the job done nicely. Well controlled. Two tables in the arena. And table 2, the third match of the evening, is about to get underway. There you see Yuan Chua, Pierce Labutus. That just shows you how different the game of 9 ball can be. Both tables on the shot clock. We're only one rack into the second match of the evening here on centre court. But table 2 is about to start the third match.
Yeah, do you just come off the top side of this, chip it towards a 7 and try and get behind the purple or the green?
Defending UK Open champion Robbie Capito. What a tournament he had there last year in Telford. Actually a snooker tournament going on right now in that very arena. That's where Phil Yates and Michael Muttmullen have vanished off to.
Players' Championship, is that what it is?
Yeah, I believe that's the name of it. I've not seen any of it or heard anything about it though. I don't know who's in it, I don't know who's won, I don't know who's lost. I just know Phil and Michael are there.
Once again, really nice opening. Really just getting to the pink here. He's got to drop down below the 3. Staying on the bottom rail. I think he's good here.
killed the cue ball nicely, didn't he, Scott? It was very important because the minute you start going on the rail, the next pot lands a little straighter, then you've got to start forcing the ball. Yeah, you can just get the cue ball working.
Yeah, it was a little steeper than I initially thought as well, so he hit it very pure. And this is going to be nice as well. Carried a good angle. Looking good.
Yeah, and he looked good in the final of the UK Open. He played really strong in that final. And if my memory serves me right, I feel like it was a tighter pocket there as well, just under 4. Most Open events we play, the pockets are cut 4 inches in the corners, but this one's just a little under, and it's amazing what difference that can make.
Well, he was just practicing over here with Aloysius Yap, his buddy, and I'll tell you what, he was thumping the pocket. You can tell the way these balls are going in, right, that he's feeling good. We can typically see that from player to player, how they're feeling.
Yeah, we're seeing a different player here, someone who seems to be fairly confident at the table. Getting on with it, knocking the balls in. That's cue ball control. It's the second rack. Robbie Capito. Saying obviously Perlovanovic has only played the one match and he's lost it. I know it's only 2-0, but if this doesn't go too well, he's going to be playing the last match of the evening on table 2 against Moritz Neuhausen. This is table 2, first rack. And it's a shocker.
Yeah, this is really a shocker there. The 3-ball miss to the top right by Labutis. Caught it extremely fat. Almost have to wonder if that ball turned over on him a little bit. But most likely just missed it. Big opener for Chua.
Yeah, Chua sits in second. It's kind of joint second because he's played 2-1-2. Labutis sits in 5th. He's played 2-1-1. So you do start to get a bit of a theme, don't you, in this event?
Yeah, a bit toxic for the negative side and positive for the good side, obviously. Can snowball on you, this format. Talk about, hate to use him as an example, David Alcady last year. 14 losses in a row before he won one right at the end. One thing I think has picked up with Sanjin's game is his break, and watch the 9 to the top right, the 3 ruined the party.
Very good friends with Eklund Capchi, and obviously Eklund really crunches the break, and Sanjin's trying to copy that as well. It was a good hit.
Yeah, and a good layout. Purple 5, tricky. I guess the 6 as well. Just float forward, right? You can afford to be steep on the pink here. More angle than less is good. Rail first, Carl?
Yeah, it's difficult to see from here if you can just knock it in and come out. probably do that. Whatever. Just get down middle of the table, don't you? Yeah. Just slow down. All right. This is the big shot coming up now. Gotta play a good positional shot here. After potting the purple 5 down the rail, the cue ball's going to be swinging across this way and back over. Overcooked it a little bit, played for the gap. Quite tall, so he should be able to reach this one. Even if he can't, players have got all these sort of extensions now that they whip on the bottom of the cue.
Yeah, does he just come back and forth below, or does he come above the left side pocket? Looks like he's going to just try and come back and forth, or is he going to beat the side pocket? Yeah, back and forth. The stretch was big, Carl. Not a good sign for Sanjin.
Yeah, the stretch was big. And it's the pockets, because they're not big, are catching 80% of this field out at the minute. They don't like it. They've had it too easy over the years.
Yeah, does he force this with a high ball, kind of bending it or arcing it 2 rails around to the top side of the 6? Think he's got to power this?
Capito's making it look like a bar table. Wonderful positional shot there. Couldn't have ended up any better. Staying down on the shot as well.
Yeah, his timing looks really nice.
Labutus is at the table, 1 down. He's on the brown 7. Have you watched much of Labutus, Scott, over the last 2 or 3 years?
Yeah, I paid actually pretty close attention to him. 2 years ago at the Derby, finished second to Filler. This year he won the 10-foot event, but it seems like, you know, even outside of that on the World 9-Ball Tour, it seems like he just continues to finish deep. And I think he's one of those players where it's just a matter of time and he does something extra special. I love the way he gets over the ball and just pulls the trigger. It seems like he's lined up before he gets down, like he's just ready to go.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but can you remember who beat in the Bigfoot final at the Derby or not?
Yeah, Lee Van Corteza.
Okay, well, we know them Bigfoot events, 16 players always field a very strong field, and fair play.
Well, maybe, I'm pretty sure Lee Van Corteza. Could take that back, but I'm pretty certain.
Really got this breakdown as Capito, hasn't he? He's just getting the arc under the cue ball. Will be a push out called though. Got to make sure you tell the referee or your opponent if there's no referee.
And I don't believe Labutus had played ever on a 10-footer prior to
Really?
this year. Yes,
Wow.
I'd talked to him immediately after.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that it makes much of a difference, but you know, when you've been used to playing on 9 foot and then you know you go on the big foot table, it is a little bit. Oh, okay. That cue ball needs to be a little tighter.
Yeah, definitely. There's stretch positions that you just aren't conscious of on the 10 foot.
How much has yourself played on a 10 foot over the years coming from America? Was it a bit of a thing or not
Yeah,
really?
a little bit. They tried to hold some invitational one pocket events like that. We had one in our room. We thought we'd get a lot of play on it by the locals, and we never really did. Just it takes up a lot of space in the pool room, right? So if you're going to take up that kind of real estate, it needs to get some play. I don't know. I think it's a great table. It just hasn't quite caught on yet.
That was my next question. Is the game one pocket better on the 10 foot or is it better on the 9 foot?
Yeah, we immediately found that out pretty quickly. It only lasted 1 year. It was the 10 foot's just got so much space, and all of a sudden you kind of lose control of the pack in these little areas that you can manipulate, and it didn't quite work out the way we expected.
Okay. Believe this is a jump cue he's got a hold of.
You know, where are you going with this? You're just trying to catch the 2 full, Carl, and create some type of distance? I guess? Or are you just going to bank it towards the lower right?
Yeah, I think he knows there's a lot of balls in the centre of the table. He feels like he's a strong favourite. Something could happen.
Well, that's a spectacular hit right there, going towards the 8. That was by design.
Yeah, Ruiz played a similar controlled jump shot against Catch early on. It was beautiful cue ball control with a short stick.
And Sanjin, to me, looks a little bit lost right now.
Well, he shouldn't be because he's at home.
You know how it is, Carl. I mean, when things start to mount, it gets extremely difficult at times. Will snowball on you. Made a nice shot there. I believe he's got him completely covered. Capito looking to come to the bottom rail. I think he needs to catch the bottom side, or would like to catch the bottom side of the 2 off the second rail. Tell you what, it wasn't a bad hit. Just a fraction heavier than he wanted. Still making Pelovanovic come with the shot, which is all you can ask for.
Yeah, he's going to have a go at this blue 2 and try and just get the cue ball down here. Obviously, it doesn't pass the purple 5. I don't know if it goes in the same pocket as the blue 2. I suppose just knock it in and hope you get a shot. Could have been worse. Still very thin though, obviously.
Yeah, I think he attacks here, right? Scoreline tells me he's got to attack almost. As long as the reach is there. Yeah, he can get over this ball well. He's a pretty good favorite to get this down. Position pretty natural, up and down. Just don't want to catch any of the 9 here. Shouldn't be a problem. Starts with 1. This game, it's basically a must-win. Oh, wiggled it home. He's not as used to the beeps. Hasn't played any Mosconi Cups yet, has he, Carl?
Yeah, he's on 0 Mosconi Cup appearances. This needs to travel.
Man, nice confident stroke there. You don't want to try to get too cute here to where you're forcing this 7. Well, you just let it rip. Come on back. No problem.
Yeah, he's going to have to rip another one now.
Yeah, I think a lot of guys might have punched up the right side of the table. Carry that angle to where you're naturally coming around. Like Carl said, now he's got to get into this one as well.
Yeah, he's done a good job there. He's off the board. I was saying to Jeremy earlier on when we were commentating on Sanjin's match. I think it was Jeremy, me and Shaw. Last comeback. First time we was in Sarajevo, 2010. Sanjin was about 8 years of age with long blonde hair. Running around the table, smashing the balls in, and who'd have thought it? 2025. We're back and he's in the arena. Playing with the big pros. Quite unusual though. I remember when Jason was young and he, was a young kid running around smashing the balls in. The same, but Jason's still doing that. He still runs around, doesn't he?
Yeah,
As
he
where
still runs
Sanjin's
around.
gone so methodical and slow. But as a kid, he was running around drilling him in.
Yeah, I think every kid was running around
You
drilling
think every
him in.
kid runs around drilling him? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know too many youngsters that weren't drilling him in. But Sanjin's still a kid, right? 23 years old, am I correct?
Yeah, he's still a baby. We
Yeah.
class him as a baby, can't we?
So he's a mature baby. He's going to have a good look on that blue. This is the break right here. You could patent this. You'd be thrilled. I mean, look at the layout here. The 2 to the 3, 3 to the 4 to the 6. Really, where is the work? That's right here. And this was absolutely perfect, so I don't see much trouble here, Carl. He's got a chance to get within 1.
Yeah, he doesn't mind that straight draw shot. But the last couple of draw shots, he got a little bit excited. I noticed a lot of shoulder movement there, Scott. Did you? So I sort of just threw the whole shoulder into the shot. It wasn't the arm.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to see it from there, but he has a tendency to do this, and I know we've talked about it. I know he knows we've talked about it, and he tends to dip the shoulder. But there, I mean, really no reason to even get close to the pink. So a little bit surprised, just not comfortable. He's got the ability. We've seen it.
under high pressure situations, when you're playing in an arena where there's a huge crowd and it'll be a race to 10 and it's 8 apiece, and you've got to knock a ball in, you're going to come unstuck, aren't you? Especially in the modern era of 9-ball, if we keep shimming these pockets up.
Yeah, and I think that's the key, right? IFX Payments, title sponsor of this event, but under 4-inch pockets here. The side pockets are miserable if you're above 40 years old. That includes you and I, Carl.
Steady on, pal, steady on.
So I think that's a key to this event and why we're going to see younger and younger players become elite stars on the tour.
Well, pulled the jump cue out. Could have easily gone rail first. Felt like going rail first and trying to manufacture something might have been easier.
Yeah, I can't disagree with you. I felt like you could do something. He was so close to the ball that there were some options. Yeah, he managed that well, and I did not see any movement. It's kind of when you least expect it. Jeremy touched on it early last week, and I don't know that it's the pressure. It's just kind of built into his game, and I'm sure he's aware of it. So I don't think it's really the pressure that the movement comes into play. I think it's just kind of built in, which is okay. There's times where it really shows up.
Can be the crazy thing sometimes with 9-ball though, can't it? I mean, regardless of what's gone on in this match, Capito's been by far the best player in this match because it's such a short race and the game can help you. You could be staring down the barrel of a 3-2 scoreline.
And there's a good look at Capito and Labutus, and here he goes again, drawing down this left rail. Got some help from the point.
Yeah, that could wind you up a little bit, that. If it stays on the rail, your opponent's struggling with his cue in a minute. That could, test him. Now it's a hanger. You can just tell he's really struggling with his cueing.
He does not look like the same player
Scott, look at that. He's hit it straight.
that we watched last week. Pretty stunned at that there. But I think it has a lot to do with the way he mishit a couple of those draw strokes.
Yeah, I think, it's in the players' heads, isn't it? Last week on the diamond table, we felt like they were playing a little bit more generous than some of the open events we've been to. This is obviously, a lot different. And again, when he misses the straight 9, he could have gone over a pocket. It didn't. Capito doesn't knock the tricky 9 in. Still 3-1. Sandin gets down and knocks this in the centre of the pocket. Mark my words.
Yeah, well, one thing you don't want to do is catch it fat. Watch this lower left corner as well. He does go to make it.
That's why you need to be playing on a tighter pocket, because the ball should never go in. You didn't hit it good enough for it to go in, so why should it go in? Well, Scott, it's been a strange day one. Some of the big players on the WNT Tour are really struggling.
Yeah, I think if you're Sanjin, you go back to the drawing board, right? You just touched on something that I was thinking about. He played on a diamond table all last week, probably prepared on it. I know he has one in his pool room. think you've got to come in here and spend a little bit more time on these tables, right? Deep pockets, deep shelves, tight pockets. Table plays different, slides a little bit more.
Yeah, that's a good shout. It's a good call.
And you'll notice that's what most of these guys are doing, right? They're coming in, putting in the time. I get that you played a good tournament last week. Come back in and repeat. Put the work in.
Well, Jason Shaw is on the main table next against Tyler Steyer. And Shaw and Tyler, they've been putting the work in. Tyler's on one practice table right now. Jason's been here for at least an hour, to my knowledge. Okay, Capito to break. He is on the hill. No easy look at this one, though. I don't know if there's a cross bank on in the side. I don't know how thin that really is.
Yeah, it is bankable. A lot of times that ball tends to want to reverse, even with an outside ball, because it's just not grabbing. I don't think he's going to play it, but we'll see. Guess at 4-1, maybe he can afford it. The 2 seems like a big ball to get behind if you'd like. Yeah, it seemed like a big ball all along. Did he get a window, though? I believe he's got to look at the 1 on the left side. Oh, yeah, he does have a 1 ball in the left side. It can go forward.
Far too much body movement. Seen it again. He's jumping up. He's moving forward. He's got to work on the cue action.
Yeah, and he's got so much talent. It's rare to see somebody at his age with that much body movement. It just isn't something that you see very often.
Yeah, he's like a kangaroo on a trampoline. The man at the table won't care, though. He's just there to mop up the mistakes. He's looked good, though, Capito, hasn't he? He's got really good, and he's breaking good as well.
Yeah, he's looked rock solid. Really, the tactical play that he just made on the 1, leaving the window, is one of the only glaring mistakes I can remember. Wasn't really that glaring.
Yeah, I don't want to say he's got an outside chance of winning the event, but, you know, if you look at the big guns, the Shane Van Bonens, the Shaws, the Chewers, they're probably going to be the bookies' favourites. But Capito, he's definitely in this. He can go on a mad one.
Yeah, does he have to do something here, Carl? I think that this is awkward. Going forward is almost impossible. That cue ball's going to kill to the right side of the table, unless he hits it easy, but he can't get through it enough. You see the angle there.
Yeah, this might not be over just yet.
King 4 does not pass the green 6 to the top left.
Going low with the cue ball, trying to drill it round. This could do it bouncing off the top rail. We'll give that a 9 out of 10. Good effort.
Fully agree. I concur. Just opened up off that 3rd rail a little bit more than I expected.
Yeah, and it's amazing, isn't it? If it just bounces a few more inches off this top rail, there you can see, look at the difference in the camera angle there. Look how steep that ball is.
Boy, but I'm looking at his body language. He's pretty confident, this young man.
Yeah, and he's got them eyes, you know, when he's down on the shot. Really zoning in on his target. Seen a few of these miss though, haven't we, today, Freeze? Got to bear down here. Look at how long his bridge ended. I thought he'd put his hand on the slate. He's kept it on the rail.
Yeah, that's the first ball he's hit that wasn't really clean.
Yeah, and pay attention how soft he hit it. You really give the pocket an opportunity to just kill the cue ball. If you don't quite hit centre of the bag, the spin and the speed can help the object ball fall, especially at that angle. And Capito's done a good job here. He's played a good solid set. He's broke very well. Sanjin's going to have to come in this practice area for a couple of hours. He's got one more match left on table 2, last match of the evening against the young German, Neuhausen. He's going to have to improve. And there's the 9-ball. Robbie Capito from Hong Kong beats the local lad, Sanjin Pilovanovic, 5 racks to 1. Sanjin will be up on table 2 a little later. Coming up on the main, Jason Shaw against Tyler Steyer. A little Mosconi Cup battle coming right up.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
Nine-ball fans all around the world. There's so much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
In the world of pool descend on the West Midlands for what should be one cracking tournament.
Warming up. He's actually played that shot.
Oh, you've got to be joking.
Great shot, division.
Robbie Capito unleashes emotion.
Hotel Heels. Been here a little while. Just had the European Open there, and we saw who took that down. Who's going to take down the PLP. It is day one, session number 2, the evening session. I'm Jeremy Jones, joined by Scott Frost. And Scott, we got a couple undefeated guys. Of course, you'd put Shaw as the favorite, and in this race to 5, it's got to be pretty close to a dead heat.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I don't think you can go any further than a pick here. I mean, there's going to be fireworks on paper, like you said. Shaw, slight favorite. You never know. There could be a little drama in this one. Mosconi competitors.
Yeah, and, both guys are going to end day one with a winning record. That's always nice with this kind of competition in a race to 5. But one of them has a chance to go 3-0, which makes it really easy to sleep. Look pretty dialed in on the practice table with the break here. He's going to love this starter. Yeah, in that last match, you called all the shots, so you saw them all and would know better than me. But I was a little worried about Sanjin just because I was right here on the practice table, and it looked like there were struggles there for him. And it looked like there were certainly struggles during that match.
Yeah, Carl and I were touching on that. I think that going from the diamond to these tables, and maybe just because you played good last week, doesn't mean you're going to play good this week. Table or no table, same table or different table, and there's a miss early already. But what we were talking about with Sanjin is maybe he needs to spend a little bit more time here in the practice room if he wants to make something of this event.
Yeah, well, I don't really think there's any player that doesn't have an area of the game or something that they can certainly work on and maybe improve. But what happens is, when you start to have mistakes, those areas show up even more, it seems like. Talked about a little body movement that seemed to be growing as the match went on.
Yeah, he mishit a couple draw shots, and then the body movement, and the doubt starts to creep in.
Yeah, and what happens is you tend not to get calmer when you make a mistake. You tend to get a little more antsy, and of course your blood flows. So it's a little harder to calm things down as those mistakes creep in. But here's a guy who hadn't made a whole lot of mistakes today. Got away with a couple little things against Moritz in the first match, but played beautifully in the second.
Yeah, all I can really remember is Jason missing a pretty favorable 8-ball, and then Moritz missing it back. Got kind of fortunate, Jay, there, but really, other than that, he's been smooth sailing.
And I'll tell you, I think about this round robin, right? And, I kind of do this in the Philippines all the time, but if you had a group of like 4 or 5 of these guys and they showed up early a couple days of these tournaments and just decided, hey, we're going to play some round robin pool until we start one of these major events, I'm just wondering how good that would be for all of them, right? Jason Shaw to an early 1-0 lead on a cue ball near the rail, but definitely one that Steyer shouldn't have missed. Here are the practice tables, and really, a different setup than our European Open, but a beautiful setup here for the PLP. Very comfortable and easy on the eyes, I think. Jason, who is pretty steady with the break overall. Doesn't get the oddball quite as much. Some other players, but deadly with the one in the side. Now, he doesn't mind the tricky shot. Very creative. Doesn't mind spin. I don't know if he can get the rail first here. Maybe it's a kick and stick.
Yeah, I was wondering if he has to just kind of jack straight up here and hold.
And I think the key to this is don't overhit it. Don't try to get the 2 all the way down. Really just play the cue ball like that. even though the 2 did go all the way down, but a lot of control.
What a great hit right there. And like you said, don't overhit it. I think that was the key to that shot. Most kick and sticks are all about not overhitting it.
Yeah, it seems like you have a little more room for error. You don't have to hit it quite as well. You don't overhit it, that draw, whether it's a toppingless shot coming in behind it or something like that, coming from a side angle. Everything seems to grab a little quicker and better, so you don't have to hit the ball quite as perfect, you might say.
Yeah, now this ball really going to lengthen. He's trying to come behind it, I would assume, Jay.
Yeah, I mean, lots of ways coming behind it, I think. Not only it's a bigger ball, but you can cut the 2 and come across behind the pink. You could come across the 2, bleed the cue ball towards the 6. Tons of things. I don't know why he's jacking up.
Yeah, I feel like the aim point much more difficult jacking up unless he's trying to go ball first.
Well, like many I've commented on this last week, just because I haven't got to see him play in a little while, you know. Here in 2025, of course, dating all the way back to probably Hanoi for some of those players, but many have improved on the maneuvering end, and Tyler's definitely one of them.
Yeah, he didn't get away with the gap, I don't believe. Steyer most likely got to come out with the jump cue.
Yeah, 2 rail escapes not bad. Jump cues looks like what's in his hands. Great with the jump cue also.
Yeah, he really is great with it. He's going to have to avoid the pink, I believe, if he can knock it down.
Well, that would have been cold. Well, he shot it like he wasn't impeded by the 8 at all.
Yeah, he earned that little roll there. He hit that ball clean.
Now, sometimes a ball like the 6 is a pretty big ball to go rail first, cut this 3 in. I mean, you wouldn't believe how much room on this bottom rail you can cut the 3 and slide into the 6. That shot's overlooked at times, I think. Good effort there.
Yeah, I think he forces Jay to the jump cue or to the bottom rail. Nothing wrong with the jump cue here, actually, right? Like you're banking it towards the 6 almost?
Yeah, I mean, 3's a little, the 9's a little bit of ways, but so he's got to elevate a little more to get it down. Maybe not getting the power on it, but I like his chances, actually.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of the reward, like a defensive reward's got to be huge. He doesn't like it as much. I think your point of the 9 being so far away, it's a pretty big chance.
Yeah, and he's looking at the top rail. He wants to hit the second cushion just past the side. You know, you make this maybe 15%, but the cue ball will continue downward. Is he going to get enough?
No,
Yes,
what
he
a
is.
naughty boy. I mean, he played to the top side of the 3 like Jay just said, right? If he catches it just right, he makes the ball. If not, you can end up real clean like this. Which way does he go? Does he go 2 rails at it?
I think just because the cueing, maybe even 3 if he can hit center ball, but that's where I'd love to have him mic'd, and honestly, a little more than PG-13 just to see Tyler, what he might have said on that kick shot. I could just imagine it because Tyler with the utmost respect, but also pretty witty.
Yeah, and where the 5 was, it was hard for Tyler to get any pace on the cue ball.
And he wants a heavy angle here so he can come across for the purple either up top or in the lower right. This is where, Jason, you'll learn something. Really digging on this cue ball, letting the tip position really slow the cue ball down a little, not just the stroke itself. You can see that was off completely.
Yeah, otherwise the cue ball does get there. He just caught it real heavy. We've talked about this a million times coming out of these corners. Extremely difficult. Tyler's one to draw straight out of it.
Yeah, and look at the pink. You talk about these corners. Look how little room on both sides of that pink there is for that pocket. So I think this is going to get on top of it, it looks like anyways. May creep past it. Just enough.
Yeah, he put a great stroke on the ball, though, and that's his forte. Gets up for those shots. Gotta put a good hit on this one. He's just drawing straight out versus using the rail, it looks like. I feel like you could have cheated that corner and just punched the center.
Yeah.
Obviously, he felt better this way. He knew he was going towards the 7.
Well, it's all about where you feel you're most accurate coming back, I guess. And you just shot that shot on the similar shot on the pink it was. And you watch Tyler through the years, he likes that straight draw.
Yes, he does.
Got to maneuver a little bit here. I like that. I like that a lot. Makes the 7 very comfortable. You feel like you're going to get that nice bounce off the bottom cushion. And we saw that pink a moment ago, so don't take your eye off this 8. You can afford a hair of the side rail. That's about it. Dead center will always do as also.
Missed a 2-ball earlier. Rack number 1, similar. Cue ball was more on the rail. He's not going to miss this, I don't believe.
All right, we're tied at 1 apiece. Claudio Kachi, Trung An at it. They're just teeing off, I think, it's the third match on... Is that the third match going? I believe it is on table 2. No, it's match number 4. That's right. Our first match with Eklund and FSR got table 2 ahead a bit.
Cueing is the same between he and his brother, but the pace around the table, well, Claudio's got him by a notch or 2.
Yeah, Claudio, who beat his brother in a hill match, then lost to SVB by the same score. All right, trying to arc this below the 9 and then back up towards the middle, like that. Anytime that 2's going upstairs kind of by itself, that's a good sign for the players now. The 3-6 have gotten it kind of nasty on the lower right end.
Yeah, ended up real nasty. Tyler is the type to try and go at those balls. He could play the 2 to the top right with a high, maybe touch of an inside ball. It's kind of a two-way play. A lot of good things can happen, especially if you get the 2 down.
Yeah, I like the call there, Scott. No reason to make it and have no future.
Oh, look at this. Is it going to open up? Yeah, I don't feel like he got the reward he deserved. What a great hit on the blue 2. Can he see a piece of it? That is a reward if he can, and it seems like he can.
Yeah, no separation here, just very containing as much as he possibly can anyways. And the way he got down on the blue 2 didn't look like any adjustment. Really liked what he saw. That's a sign of all those balls he's hit in the last few days, I think.
Yeah, can easily find cover here behind. Well, he caught it real heavy.
Yeah, I thought it would be 2 cushions behind with the high ball. It'd still hug, and as he sent the 3-up table.
Actually finished pretty awkward. Is he looking at the 3-8? So he's assuming he's going to get a shot on the 3 in the lower right. He will if he gets it down.
Can he nip the 3 below the 8 and float one rail behind the 7, the brown 7? Is that possible? I don't know if the 9's in the way there. Kind of throw the 3. I think he might can.
Yeah, you're talking with an outside ball, right?
Yeah, and let it just open up. Yeah.
That's a shot that guys like you and I might see a little bit more than somebody like Tyler. There's nothing wrong with this unless he found the gap, which I think he did. I don't know. Do not know. I know he can get a piece of it. Talking about the brown 7. Well, he can get behind that now. At worst. I don't believe it's makeable. In the right side. Well, I don't know. Elevating that tells me maybe. Yeah, so there you're faced with a decision, right? You know you can come off the top side of the 3 and get down there behind the brown 7. Instead, you decide to take a chance and swerve that ball, which I don't blame him. It was close. But it's going to probably cost him the game. Where do the percentages end up lying in situations like that? These side pockets, that swerve ball is not easy.
I think when we see Jason really at his best, it's still the incredible shots, and of course, great tactical play gets involved in that when his head's right. But what I think we don't see is the easy misses, right? The ones that, just occasionally when he's playing it real well, he'll just kind of, I hate to say take one for granted, but maybe not put in quite as much effort as it would the tough ball. So talented. They talk about other players. I still think he may be the most talented out there.
Yeah, I would agree, actually. It's debatable, but definitely in my top 2.
2-1 Shaw in this match between 2 players with a 2-0 record from this afternoon's session. This is their last match of day 1.
Look. Practice of A.J. Manis. Shane Van Boening working on the only thing that seems to matter to him right now. It's his break.
The cue ball to hold up as it did. So as good a chance as we've seen to get a 2-game lead.
And will this stem from Steyer trying to swerve the 3 into the right side. Jason taking full advantage and really looking to punish him with this rack, but that needs to settle. This was pretty unexpected there. Just overhit it, Jay.
And a little disgusted. Maybe maybe good he gets to go back and get his jump cue if that's where he's going. Whatever it is, just clear his mind for a moment. Could play a safety off the edging side of this and come down table. Does have a small piece.
And that'll be a little disheartening for Jay. With an open table like that, he knew he had an opportunity to really punish Tyler.
Yeah, it was rack 2. He missed that 4 ball in the upper right corner. It looked like in control to take a 2-0 lead, and a great starter here in rack number 4. Gotta watch out here. It's kind of in between. Does he roll it or go up and down?
He's going to wind up most likely with distance on both of these balls, and possibly the green 6. He can afford it on the 6, though, where the 7 is. Just don't want to overhit this ball. Nice stroke, very clean. Didn't try to get too cute with the cue ball. Really kind of needs to do the same thing here, Jay. Just smooth it in.
Yeah, he wants to get into it a little bit, though, to get past the 9. But that's him, though, the smooth stroke. So his transition's so good. It's kind of a fooler how much speed he gets on the way down. Looks like hardly anything on the cue stick at all. And coming back for the side, it looks like. I have good speed. Okay, he killed it. Him digging with that low right, I thought he was coming way back with the cue ball. The right middle, Scott? I like coming across myself.
Yeah, real simple, right? Very little movement on the cue ball that way, and little room for error. Actually, a little steeper than it probably looks to us right at the moment, but never in life supposed to miss it. He's handled this rack extremely well, especially with the starter. Yeah, so Shaw snookering himself on the 3 out of the gate to really punish Tyler. Could make a difference in this match.
Yeah, we're going to move over to table 2 while they're racking the balls. It's like young Kachi. Letio's at the table. 1-0 lead. He split his first 2 matches. I believe his opponent hadn't won a match yet. Strong in.
You like going to the right or left here, Jay? He's going to the left.
Yeah, and he's missed it nicely. I think he's going to get a complete snooker. You see the shot clock got him there. Kind of didn't gonna pay attention to that shot clock, I tell you. That's a good experience for a lot of these players. Like Carl said earlier, that we only have 3 players from last year's PLP in this year's PLP. And caught those a little thicker than he wanted. I think he's going to find a gap on the blue too. So now Tyler Steyer with a chance to take a lead.
Yeah, basically the reverse opportunity of what Shaw just had. He's going to go to the top right corner with the 3 most likely. He is the type of player to suck it back past the 3, but there is no reason here.
Good thing about this shot, if you understand it, you can just high ball this and it'll spread a little off that rail and open up nicely for the pink 4 in the lower right.
Yeah, it's a good call, and he definitely understands it. Playing a lot of pool on the slick table. That's exactly what he did, Jay.
Yeah, you can, if you need a little more, you just put a little more into it. You really don't have to add side spin a lot of times.
So I believe the 7 does pass the 8 to the top left. It would be a dream scenario to just get below the 9 on the green 6 here in the future. I don't know that that's going to be the case.
Yeah, he may set up to come 2 rails at the 8, right? I mean, with a good speed, just kind of where he's at now, coming 1, hit right before that right middle off the green 6, off the second cushion, and then just kind of float at the 8.
Big ball to go into there. You can come behind the 8 and be good. You can go into it. Nothing wrong with it. It's really the only route. Well, he wanted to get below it. And that might work. I think he can just draw back now. And that's his forte.
I'd love to be able to draw to the side cushion. I don't know if that's available or not. May just be, pick your line and use your skills.
Yeah, and you're saying he might have to go towards the top cushion here. You don't think he can? Yeah, he's in that awkward line.
And this is the type, of course, you don't want to land on top of the 7, but watch out for the upper right corner. Is he really low? Yeah, he's low at the tip. So again, right where that T is on the box on the right side, that's where he wants to cross.
Just needs to carry. He was afraid of that top right corner. Was tracking right to it.
Yeah, he could feather this. Could go for the bank. He's going to feather, though.
Well, I don't mind the bank, just laying the cue ball right there on the top rail.
Yeah, I think you got to look at it, though, like really, is it sitting to make it? No? Because you want to have a decent chance to make it, at least 20%. Now, if you feel like with that speed that, that's your safest shot as well, that's okay, because it's out in space. All right, should cross this over, run the cue ball back up by the 8, I think.
Yeah, Jeremy's saying chip this below the 9. I like it. It's going to leak. You've got to go here, don't you, Jay?
Oh, 100%. 100%. Just watching Jason go back to his chair, I hope he's kind of forgotten about those few mistakes. I feel like they're a little still on his mind.
Yeah, you just do not want to catch this too thick. Or too thin.
Yeah. I was thinking about it. I was like, well, sometimes the thick helps you out. Sometimes the thin does. But usually your thinner side is going to help you more often than the thicker side for sure. Scott almost fell out of his chair thinking he was going to shoot.
Yeah, I felt like he could make that ball.
Yeah. I mean, I would have bet not, my life savings or anything, but I would have bet long time beforehand that he was going to attack right there before I bet the other way. Here's the bank you want to shoot at.
Yeah, just stun to the top rail below the 8.
This I really give it a chance to make, though. You know, I really feel like this is a very makeable bank. So he's going to fall in a treacherous spot.
I mean, treacherous.
Yeah. I mean, he may have a hair of an angle, but it's not much. And the cue ball near the rail. He looks very calm to me, by the way. Tyler does.
Looks like he might just have to float this in, or is he forcing this through? Yeah.
I'll tell you, if I was there, I may have considered hitting the right side of the 8, coming 2 rails, banking the 8 up on the side cushion and getting below the 9. But I mean, I guess you got to shoot.
Yeah, the last long one he caught way too thin. Where's he going to be here? Does look comfortable. Oh, and he drained it right in the gut. Steyer takes a 3-2 lead.
Yeah, Jason's got to dodge Styler's break right here. I believe he does break in game number 6. So. I was thinking about Manis, and of course, I only got to see him first maybe a year and a half ago. And I believe it was in Asia, in Hanoi, and the junior event, I believe it was actually, and could be wrong, but I wonder how abroad he's traveled before, you know?
Well, I was just going to ask you, do you know, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, Jay, but how far is the flight from where he's at to here?
I mean, Johan's right there. Maybe we'll figure that out. But I got to believe just flight time alone has got to be 16, 18 hours.
Yeah. So, I mean, I did pick him. I mean, obviously, I'm just a fan of his. I know Jeremy is as well. Picked him to win the tournament, but you've got to add that in there a little bit, right? He did get here maybe 2 days ago. I saw him at the mall. But I'll tell you what we understand with jet lag over those long flights, day 3 can be real tough on you. So we look forward to seeing him get a little better in the next day or so.
Yeah, you read my mind. I was just kind of curious. I saw when he came in, of course, got the late bid here to the PLP, and I think he'll improve as he goes. And, you know, I know if I was him, I know I'd be like nervous about just being around all my idols and everything else. So there's a lot going on with AJ Manis in this tournament.
Yeah, and a lot going on with Jason Shaw going through this rack like a hot knife through butter. Nothing seeming to affect him from what happened 2 racks ago.
Yeah, and I made the mistake. I thought it was Tyler that had won the lag. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and that's what makes Jason Shaw tough to overcome. Rebounds from a quick mistake. Sends a message to Styler. He's going to have to make a move. It's his break.
Oh, excuse me. I just misread the score. It was Styler that won the lag. Now he's going to break off here in game number 7. Here's a look at table 2 after 3 games. Claudio Okachi with a 2-1 lead. Been a little scrappy over there. Not bad, but a few little mistakes.
Yeah, I like the play.
Yeah, really good. Just an inch away from really ideal. Keep you updated there.
heavy contact into the 9 there. Does the pink clear the cue ball? Jeez, nothing straightforward for Steyer. He can make the 2. I don't think there's any value coming back with the cue ball. Might just want to drift forward and take your medicine on the 3. I don't even know that he can get to the 2 here. If it's that close, consider a push out somewhere, maybe tie something up. I think he was considering going rail first and just edging the right side of the 2, but the problem with that is if you catch the 2 just a fraction thick, it all goes wrong. You can lose the cue ball into the lower right corner. You can lose the 2 down to the lower end of the table. I like him taking his extension here.
Yeah, he's going to challenge from that upper right corner. And this is where, you know, a lot of people say it's always the same. Oh, it's cut and dry. If you take it the shot this time, you always take it. And so I don't believe in that myself. But I certainly think alternate break can play a little factor in what you do, and certainly how you're feeling, how you're watching your opponent as how he's feeling, and of course executing. I think Jason wants to take this. Might catch a piece of the 6 coming across.
Yeah, and this is where there's a lot of gamesmanship involved as well. Jason may have made his mind up that he's not taking the shot, but might act like he is. You never know. He is the type to take it on. At the last minute, could give it right back to Steyer.
Yeah, and the one thing, when you're in this position, you don't want to show them a whole lot of what you're thinking and then give it back. You don't want to maybe open up some ideas for your opponent, but I think he shoots. I mean,
yeah, he's not going to take the extension and then give it back, is he?
Well, what I've seen is certain angles, it's hard to miss it and hang it. You know what I mean? It's either going to go or maybe get away from the pocket. So I think maybe he has a little cover. Oh, he hit it beautifully. Yeah, and he caught the top of the 6. Now the 6 did get in the way of the 9, or the 6 get in the way of the lower right corner, but still gains control with the easy safety here.
Yeah, how clean did he hit the 2 here? My goodness.
Yeah, and I'd just tell you, I know there's a lot of players out there, but especially Jason, I just don't want to bet against on those kind of balls. I think he's supposed to shoot most of the time.
Yeah, I didn't hate the push out from Tyler, though. I really didn't.
No, I mean, half your battle on a push out is no matter what they have to do, they're going to earn it, whether it be a safety or, kick safe, a jump, pocketing a tough one.
He wants to catch a second rail here, I believe.
Yeah, soft safety, just containing, trying to get back to the table with a little better position than he was in a moment ago. That happens so often on that shot. It's amazing.
Yeah, where you don't get the cue ball all the way through. And he's got a clear look at the 3. Does it pass the 5?
I think it does. I think it's tight, but I think it plays. Or maybe it didn't, but he hit it well to the side, and what a shot.
Yeah, that was an extreme back cut, as you see on the screen. Under the gun, the beep's going off.
I just got to think that, again, all that time at the practice table, even when the European Open was finishing up, he spent more time on the practice table than the guys left in the event, seemed like. And What I like about Tyler also is the hard work, without a doubt, but he's learned to become more aggressive at the right times. Tactically, he's gotten better at kicking. He's always had a good break and great fundamentals, but improving in other ways also. Watch out for that collision on the 9 now. It tends to put a little more speed than you anticipate sometimes.
Yeah, and to your point there, if you a little easier, obviously where the cue ball finished, but a little easier, a little less contact with the 9 as well, maybe.
Yeah, and just kind of say, hey, I don't have to get perfect on this 7. Let me just shoot it from above a little ways. Even if it's a cut, it's okay.
Playing the 7 down below the 8 and 9 here, maybe?
I have no idea, really. I was about to say, it looked like he was attacking, maybe even cutting it in.
Yeah, he had a couple balls down here as cover. I don't know that that was warranted, but hindsight 2020, if he swishes it, we're talking about how great he hit it.
Yeah, a lot of times, if you're playing like a partners with one of these guys and they say, hey, man, I like it, I just like step aside. I'm like, okay, you do your thing.
Absolutely. But I don't know that that was the right choice, percentage-wise.
Yeah. I mean, your argument's as valid as him shooting at it, really. And Shaw grabs a lead at 4-3 and on the hill.
Maybe a little frustration from Steyer trying to make that bank there. Got into the 6, great. Cue ball tracked off the 9 just a little bit too far to the top left. So he ended up funny on the 7. If there was anything with Steyer's game that I see from time to time is he might take the heat just a little bit more than some of the others to where he goes ahead and stays extremely aggressive. And I know that that also gets him there at times, but maybe those were just one of those times right there.
Or you always get feelings in the booth, right, about matches, and you just watch so many and you kind of figure out that sometimes them feelings are right. I kind of feel like he needs to win now. If he gets a chance and doesn't take advantage of it, watch out, cue ball. I think you might see Tyler with like a break and run on the hill is just what I feel. Got the 1 down. Didn't really look that thin. Actually, even though the cue ball got below the rack, looked like it got kissed there. Now you cut this in and go into the purple.
Yeah, I can't see him passing this up.
Oh, he's ducking. He wants to shoot, though, I think. This is the type of shot the pocket plays bigger. You know what I mean? You're just cutting it towards the hole, and it's kind of a high ball. He's going to go ahead and shoot this away. He's worried about the brown, though. The brown going to get in the way of the blue, too, if he stuns behind the 3 ball.
Yeah, he's got a big wall he can afford to get behind here. Pink, the yellow, the black, the green. And the purple.
Yeah. Very odd kick. Besides the 1 rail and the 1 rail, the side's a little in the way. That left side pocket.
Can he go to the 2 rail out here on the lower left? He can't get any clearance, can he, with the 2?
Yeah, but he might make it. I mean, on the side, certain good things can happen. I kind of like the 2 rail, especially if I'm a little uncomfortable with the 1 rail. Like if I have to try and bend it on the slick table with the 1 rail, I'm probably going 2 cushions. Another thing, you get it hopping, it's not going to bend for you. You're going to fan it and go right into the pink. So it's got to be speed, but like a good stroke with speed.
Well, that was a good stroke with speed. got everything moving, Jay. Just no real reward.
Yeah, just hit it too good, really. Just kind of right in the face. So here's that chance I was talking about with Jason, and pretty open.
Does he go forward? Can go either way. Player preference here. Coming back. I really got into that, and that was something you were touching on just a little bit ago. So compact. Gets so much out of the cue ball. Chokes up a lot more than others.
Yeah, I think that shorter bridge length, brings that. And he's changed the extension, he went to the shorter one. I don't know how much less weight that is, but with his compact style, it never made sense to me having the long extra weight that far behind the hand. It's almost like, you ever watch kids play, they spread the hands because there's so much weight beyond them that they can't really be at 90 degrees with the backhand. They have to send it kind of back beyond 90, and Jason went through a small spell without the long extension. I think he started to play beautifully, but went away from it for a little while.
Well, Steyer never got another look after the opportunity on the 7 to play safe. And Shaw, well, he's undefeated today, Jay.
Yeah, he can get a good night's sleep, and he'll be back tomorrow for Scott Frost and Jeremy Jones in the Premier League pool. We'll be back in just a few minutes, so stay tuned.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really getting to the spirit.
Fans all around the world. There's so much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
Descend on the West Midlands for what should be one cracking tournament.
Warming up. He's actually played that shot.
Oh, you've got to be joking.
Shot, division.
Robbie Caputo unleashes emotion.
back to the Hotel Hills Resort here in Sarajevo. This is day one. This is the evening session. Dong Kwok Kwang on the left, AJ Manas on the right. Experience. First youth. What a talent AJ Manas is. Hails from the Philippines. Huge following on social media. Like most of the youth today. Dong Kwok Kwang will get this match underway. His last match, well, that was very lackluster indeed. Lost to Jason Shaw 5-1. Missed about 4 or 5 easy balls. Now, is this set up for a combination? 2 onto the brown 7. Looks like it can be made. There's definitely, oh yeah, there you go. Plus there's a little gap there as well. It's all about controlling the blue 2 as well. Well, we could actually hold it straight there. Oh, things just don't seem to be happening today for Dong Kwok Kwang. Here comes Shorty, the short stick, as we call it. Trying to just pop over the 9 ball. All depends on how close he is to the 9. Well, it's relatively close, and look how steep he's holding the cue here.
Yeah, like a hanger.
Yeah, how did he hit that one? That was a real nice shot. These are the shots he's been struggling with, though. The pots, the long pots, just not delivering the cue through as he wishes.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary here, but I think just certain shots. Seems like you figure out on the slick table just to stay away from side spin. You know, like here, if you need a little inside, I think it becomes a little missable. I think straight high is okay. Better delivery there.
Problem is, you'd like to pull the cue ball back, wouldn't you, Jeremy? But, you know, if you don't hit this clean, it'll rattle. Nicely done.
Yeah, but you're not gonna advance very far in this event without doing the right thing, you know. So, got to cross that bridge mentally, and that's how you get across it physically.
Yeah, play your way out of the little slump that you're in.
It's gonna get a little 50-ish.
Just shows you though, JJ, doesn't it? Table number 2. He's on their 4th match of the evening. It's the youngster Claudio Capchi against Aniat. Claudio's 4-2 up. And this is table 1's 4th match. So table 1's caught up a little bit.
Yeah, DeWong got through that one after a nice opener. And better jump shot. Real solid with the last 4 or 5 balls.
Yeah, AJ Manas, I believe he's 0 for 2. Same as the man he's playing. This is table 2. Claudio's at the table. Younger brother of Eklund Katja, if you didn't know. Okay, let's see what reply we've got here. That's not bad. Got a thin snip on the blue too. 3 balls up there as well. Nice break. What a good control there with the cue ball.
Yeah, and really gets to simplify this shot. The only thing he's got to worry about is he going to contact the 8 thinly in some manner? Does he want to apply a little side spin here? He's elevated. Is he going to bank this? No problem.
Somebody's alarm was going off then.
Again, even for day one, these pockets are tightening up a bit. Seen it on both tables.
Yeah, players are practicing on the 2 TV tables as well in between sessions and in the morning, so that's going to help tighten them up. And over on table 2, Claudio Cacci has got the victory. And the missed a 9 ball in the corner and it hung up. Claudio slotted it home. Good day for the youngster playing in his first ever PLP. Talking to players playing in their first, AJ Manis ties the match up, 1 apiece. Like so many Filipinos, JJ, you can see Manis, he's going to be another one of these players. Easy on the eye, nice to watch, just cracks on, doesn't he? Just gets on with it.
Yeah, I think he's a combination of some of the old, of course, learning the game quickly around so many great players, but then also younger players from the Philippines, I think a little more conscious of technique as well. So I think you get the best of both worlds with that young man.
Yeah, the table on our left there. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz warming up. He's up next on the main table against Shane Van Boning.
Yeah, Claudio wins 2 out of 3 and lost that 1 loss. It was Hill to SVB. So yeah, good day 1 for him.
Yeah, beat his brother as well, so he's chalked that one off. Things will feel a little bit easier for the rest of the week now for Claudio. Okay, Duong to break. 1 apiece.
I think it was 2 breaking runs to open here. Won't be the case here in game 3, or at least it doesn't appear so.
And that familiar cue ball arcing below the 9.
Boy, if he's looking to subtly swerve around this 9 and maybe play something soft for a safety, just bump it up, maybe use the purple. Nice cueing low, so maybe he doesn't have to swerve, just hit it right in the face. And just take your chances holding the cue ball on the bottom cushion.
Yeah, Johan Cho, he'd have a go at the blue 2 here. He'd get close to it and all in that top right corner.
We talked about that earlier with a similar shot. I think it was by Tyler Steyer, that sometimes you leave the player just the piece they need. Get after the make.
What do you like at that shot, JJ, when you played? Was you good at that, like, real extreme thin cut?
Not bad, yeah, not bad. I wasn't ever considered, like, I don't know, straightest shooter, but once if I was training right and everything, I felt pretty good about it overall. Didn't feel like I gave away too many easy misses, but if I wasn't training, oh boy, you better watch out. The rail seemed bigger than the pocket, that's for sure. He's going to get a collision here. Oh, I thought he'd get a little heavier off the purple fives. Not sure how much Huang would like this 3-ball, but he likes to attack like all the great players. Yeah, one of the shots of the day there. Really good powering through, boating the 9 on both sides. All right, trying to get us back on serve here with a great opener on the 3. Not a whole lot of worry here with the 8 so playable. Just don't get missable on the 7. And the routine 9 in the lower right for a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, Robbie Capito's just started out his match on table 2. Played a real nice set earlier on here on centre court against Sanjin Perlovanovic, where he won quite easy in the end. He's playing Edward Koyunjun. This is what he's faced with in the opener.
And there's that one you were talking about. Didn't expect that miss. Maybe the jump cue. Could kick to the top cushion, pretty easy. Side cushion, a little dicey, I would say, but kind of go with the short cue.
Yeah, another good break there from young AJ.
Now it's a hard ball to want to go at. You're going away from the 3 a little bit. Could go behind the 6, banking the 2 back up. Could cut it like this, bringing the cue ball back down.
Yeah, Edward knocked the jump shot in that Jeremy was talking about, and he's potted the 9 as he takes the opener. Yeah, these are the shots that have puzzled a few of the players here. Six ball will be in his mind a little bit, yeah. Kind of threw his cue at that a little bit. He's going to get away with one.
Yeah, and seen a little body movement from Duong today that you don't normally see. Or you steal with the body usually. Not sure he knew he had the snooker at first, but it did end up as an eclipse behind the pink 4. Maybe he has to jump both these, the pink and the brown. And drew the cue ball.
Yeah, a couple of real nice jump shots in this match.
Yeah, and I think the pink sneaks by the green 6. Might be tight. Maybe it's not there, but what a shot here. That's one thing you don't see as much of with the jump cue these days. Like we had to use the full cue back in the day, really jumping and drawing the ball.
Yeah, I know these sort of modern day jump cues now, the players have got all kinds of sort of extensions and they seem to be getting a little longer, don't they? Obviously the tips, I'm sure they're a lot harder now than what they were back in the day.
Yeah, and I think the carbon fiber makes a big difference. Just all the science put into the equipment these days. There's a lot of genius people on the sidelines doing great work.
This is a lot better. Wasn't at the races again, sure, was it? Rack number 4 goes to Wong Kok Kwang, 3-1. Seems a lot better at the table as well. Maybe a small break has done him good. Obviously, Vietnam's such a big territory for the game of 9-ball. When we went to the Hanoi Open a couple of years ago, we've seen things we probably thought we never would see, Jeremy, there with the crowd, especially on finals day.
Yeah, I mean, that event again later in the year, and you just wonder, especially when they start producing so many good players, which they will, It's just a numbers game and so much interest in wanting to get it done. You know, you might feel that arena in the next couple of years. I'll tell you, on one side, they had close about 3,000 this past year with another 500 outside.
Yeah, and the crowd understood the game as well, didn't they? The oohs and the ahs and certain shots. There'd have been a few hours in Hanoi after that break. Cue ball finds the pocket.
Yeah, and that was way thin. There's always kisses on the scratch, it seems, but when you get it down there by the corner or when you hit it too thick and the cue ball's coming one rail towards one of the sides, that scratch is on you. You had a chance to get a little separation up 3-1 and breaking.
There's no checking angles, is there? Walking round. He knows when he's down on the shot. Just get it over here near the 7. I'll deal with it when I get there. Jams the 9-ball hole. Yeah, the scratch on the break. Wong Kok Kwang. Yeah, ball in hand, and what seemed like less than a minute, the rack was on the board. Yeah, this is table 2, still 1-0 to Edward. Seems like he's jumping at the 3-ball. Jeremy, do you think you would have enjoyed playing in a format like this?
The PLP?
Yeah, the PLP, where you've got, 15 games and a big round robin.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I was kind of traditionally known as a little bit of a slow starter in matches, but that'll shore that up quickly. Can't be starting slow in these races to 5. But yeah, I think so. I mean, equal opportunity with the break, of course, which makes sense in these short races and so many matches, round robin stage. So, we played round robins when Matchroom first got a hold of the World 9-Ball Championships there in Cardiff. We played with 8 players and 4 would advance.
Yeah, I remember watching that back in the day. It was always in the summer in England.
Oh, it was awesome. In Cardiff, actually.
Yeah, never went to Cardiff, actually.
Man, what a beautiful setup it was. And I thought everything was pretty on point. The groups, I thought, were pretty accurate as you can make. What would that be? 16 groups of 8, I believe it would be. And you make it to the final 64. There was always a story. I mean, it was amazing. The first year, Efren down 6-1 in a race to 7 in the group stage. If he loses that match to Vincent Fouquet, Vincent from France, and
yep,
he loses that match, he's out of the tournament. He goes in as a 64th seed, and then ends up winning the event. Next year, I think it was Fong Peng Chao who got his 2nd world title there over Ishmael Paez, kind of a big underdog in the event that got to the final. Following year was Earl, I believe, if I remember correctly. Beating Bustamante in the final 17-15, one heck of a match. And we just saw so many things there in Cardiff. I think it started to put 9-ball pool back on the map.
Yeah, I just always seem to remember it was in the summer of England, and we used to be in Blackpool at the English 8-ball World Championships. It was always at the same time, and often we'd go upstairs into the lounge area and it'd be on the big screen TV. And a lot of us English pool players back then, obviously. I think Darren Appleton had played in that event at some point, so I was a little younger, but I always thought, this is a bit of a crazy mad game, this 9-ball.
Yeah, and it first time I ever laid my eyes on Dennis Akulo, he was in my group. Maybe that was 2002, I believe it was, something like that. One of the last years it was in Cardiff before it moved on to Chinese Taipei and then on to the Philippines. You know, Mika Immonen got his first world title there and beat Ralph Souquet, I believe it was, in the final.
Yeah, also Thorsten home, and I remember Thorsten winning in that arena.
Yeah. Played Thorsten a couple times, and a couple of those years fortunate enough to beat him. The Freezer giving us his lottery picks for what would be 2027, I believe.
Yeah, he come darting over. I thought we'd done something wrong at first, JJ. He come darting over. It's like showing 4 years. AJ Manis will be the best in the world.
Oh, that cue ball just opened up. Along with our match tied up at 3 apiece. But yeah, Cardiff, it was sweet. We got to play Celtic Manor. Sun's out till 11 p.m. Play your matches, tee off at 6. Beautiful thing.
Nice life if you can get it, Jeremy.
Yeah, I was really kind of praying that Cardiff would, even though I'm a big fan of moving events around, big events especially, but if it makes sense, but I thought it might just stay in Cardiff forever in July. Part Welsh, you know, good old Jones, good old Welsh name.
And the crowds always seem to be there. Was that the case?
I'll tell you, you know, it was a setup to where we were elevated. If you weren't on the main table, you were elevated on a, big platform, a couple different levels. And so I wouldn't say it was the easiest overall you could still see, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't the easiest for some of the early stages. But yeah, it was busy crowds for the final 64. Of course, Steve Davis made a couple incredible runs at that event. Showed everyone how genius he is in any cue sport. Not only he didn't dog it, that's I think the main thing that Steve was so good at, just under pressure, but in a 6 months' time, he seemed like one of the best tactical players in the game, pushing out or whatever it may be. But you ever remember the match with him and Efren? Pretty incredible. I think it was the semis maybe, or quarterfinals maybe.
Yeah, I remember when he played Mellin and all one of the years. I don't know if it was the same year as you're talking about, but I think Mellin ended up losing to the Dancing Bear.
Alain Martel, what a player.
I remember him because he used to wear the big, granddad cardigan, didn't he?
Yeah. All right, feeling better for sure.
Yeah, nice bank. Got a tough pot here, though. These can easily get away from you. You can just send it into that short rail and miss the ball. Amazing. Looks like a completely different player.
well, we all miss, but, you know, Duong has really become a very steady player out there, especially with open tables, and we saw some misses that just may not see for a long time from this man.
Yeah, took down the Scottish Open last year. We was there, Jeremy. A very strong field in a beautiful pool room in Scotland. Pool room's actually owned by Jason Shaw's sister and brother-in-law, McGoldrick's Pool and Snooker Club, or Sports Lounge, whatever it's called. It's definitely McGoldrick's, I know that. And the Rams to 9-0. This match has been played at a real nice pace.
You can tell Jason's 3-0, right? Hanging out, hitting a few more balls, getting everybody what they want, water, soda.
Yeah, sending the drinks over.
Yeah, 4-3. And a grind on table 2. They've been playing a little while for just 1-1. Capito and Koyanjian. Me and Scott were talking about it, you know. It's got to be, 18 hours in the air at least from the Philippines, I would think, something like that. And he just arrived 48 hours ago. I think he maybe, not much experience with the long trips, I don't think either. Of course, how much can he have? He's only 17, but maybe in a little bit of a haze at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment. And also, you know, you've been to the Philippines, you've played on the equipment over there. It's so much different, isn't it? You know, walking out here playing on this setup, these tables and the cloth and the balls.
Yeah, it seems like if there's not a whole lot of spin involved, I think he's just been really on point. Just occasional ball with a bunch of spin gets him. Maybe the deflection. It's so pure, right? All right, he's got to work the cue ball here. What we all love to see. Ball's going with a little authority as the cue ball comes around. Now he wants to avoid the rail. Doesn't want to get flat on the 7, somewhat straight with the 8 up table. This is what I was talking about. This happens so often when you're coming around, and now he's got to show us a bit.
Seems like it's the best he could do. Just leave himself this shot. Going low, but I don't think he's hitting the cue ball there. Well, he is. Oh, wow. How well did he cue that one, Jeremy?
Yeah, well, I mean, just when you go through the ball every time, I mean, when you fall comfortable, it's going to be good things. And all shots just tend to become very easy, it seems like.
Yeah, many a player would have sort of knocked that in a bit higher, wouldn't they? And just come round and trying to avoid the 9 ball. So it just shows you the confidence the young man has. And even though he's not won a match yet, he's been involved in them all, hasn't he? He's been there. He's just not got the W.
Yeah, and really in his first one, just a couple little things got away. It wasn't terrible by any means.
Okay. Twong's going to be breaking.
All right. Two's come open. It's a wee bit thin, but definitely playable.
Cue ball control is going to be nasty. It's going to be flying across the width of the table.
Yeah, this overhead tells me maybe it's not so playable.
Both players playing for their first point of this year's tournament.
I like cutting the two rails below the purple and try and float above the 3. I mean, there's so much cover there. I think you can control the 2 and you may get a really good snooker. May not be there though. Not bad. Not bad. I mean, you got to consider himself a favorite from here.
Yeah, well, he's got the short cue in hand. Obviously, at this level, we know he's going to hit the blue 2.
And even though, you know, you look at an FSR, right? Former world #1 not long ago. Even look at Federer, who's what now, 20, is he 26?
Around that,
Yeah.
Mid-20s.
Kachi, who's still 25, maybe?
Yeah, another one mid-20s out.
Yeah, but just look at all the best players are young. You know, I mean, our sport is young as any, but, you know, not just AJ, but so many other youngsters right behind him. What are they thinking? What's the next crew look like? Phew. You better be practicing, is all I can tell you.
Yeah, we're definitely safer in the compost, Joe. Without a doubt.
Yeah, well, you know, we look at each other sometimes and we watch some of these matches and it makes us think, man, we should maybe be playing out there. And then we're easily reminded. Lack of oxygen to the brain there for a moment at times.
Well, Scott Frost had a go, didn't he? He played in the European Open. Dusted the cue down, screwed it together.
Yeah, and you know, it's nice to get the heart going though. Yeah. Breeze ain't done. This is coming back in front of him, maybe. Now it's going to dress up. So the first real look for DeWong. Just perfect. He can just use one cushion to come out. Wants to get, I would say, pretty straight on the pink 4. Just to screw back off that to get to the 5. Get a last task, get up to that green 6 in a few shots. That's a little light. Shouldn't be, you know, I wouldn't say too much of a problem. There's got to be a little concern with the cue ball movement. And with all that room, I thought he could handle the above angle a little more than the behind angle like he's fallen. So I thought he'd be a little more aggressive with the cue ball. Just because he was so tidy on the red 3. Now, do you stun trying to come one rail maybe into the 7? Do you draw for the gap?
Well, when it mattered, Jeremy, he's missed another ball.
Yeah, and I don't know. I think that's just really comes back to the 3 ball. I mean, when you're in good position, you stay aggressive to stay in very good position on the next ball. You know, when you get a little out of line, that's when you kind of pull back on the reins a little bit. But I think the shot on the 3 is what It's promoted that miss on the 4 as much as anything. All right, again, be mindful. You got to stun a little bit, it looks like. So be mindful of getting straight on the 6. He's going to fall a little straight here. Better get below it. Oi.
Question, Jeremy. Should he have played for the kitchen line? So just kind of hitting the 3rd rail, or...
No, 100%, yeah. Yeah, especially the 7's so accessible. You know, if the 7 somewhere else is different, but when it's accessible, get that quick position and watch out. You may get snookered. Now, is this easier bridging, I guess, than on the rail? I guess so. We did improve in that department.
Yeah, fair shout. Got to psych himself up for this one, though. You would never imagine that cue ball's going to be here on the round 7 when he started this clearance.
And you got to stay heavy on it. Easy to overcut. Oh, that's pretty pure. Show us another, AJ.
Arguably tougher, this one.
Yeah, especially if it has that hint of an angle to go forward that's so tempting instead of just holding and cutting the 9, which I think he does have. No, he's holding or drawing even. Pure cueing, sir. Scott Frost said 4 years. He's trying to take it back. It might be 2.5.
Well, he's got to knock the 9 ball in yet, Jeremy. He's knocked 2 wonderful balls in. But it's 3. What a finish. What a rack for the young Filipino who's flown halfway around the world to be here for this year's PLP. He beats Don Kwok Kwang 5 racks to 4. Next up, FSR versus SVB.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
Nine-ball fans all around the world. There's so much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
Descend on the West Midlands for what should be one cracking tournament.
Warming up. He's actually played that shot.
Oh, you've got to be joking.
Great shot, division.
Robbie Caputo unleashes emotion.
welcome back to Sarajevo, capital of Bosnia and Herzegovina, this year's Premier League pool. We've took it on the road. This is the evening session. We've already had one match today. Europe versus America. Jason Shaw won that point. Now we've got another battle. Europe versus USA. FSR versus SVB. Joining us for this match, AJ Manis's biggest fan, the Freezer, Scott Frost.
Yeah, take it easy. I think we all agree that it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out how good that young man's potential really is.
Yeah, we'll talk about AJ as this match unfolds here. We'll sing his praises as SVB, the best breaker in the world, doesn't let us down.
Yeah, and he really seemed to get into those a little bit more. Jeremy was touching on it, or we were touching on it earlier. I think he might have been taking some speed off. He plays with that off and on, and he'll do it throughout the match. Firmer, easier, firmer.
What's he got here? Not a great deal. No corner pocket is available, so there's going to be some sort of hook.
Yeah, maybe banking it up behind the 8 and laying over behind that wall on the right side. 2, 6, 3.
Believe he's left a piece of the yellow.
Yeah, the big problem there was always the cue ball. Could you slow it down more than the object ball? If you're leveled out, it seemed like a tall order to fill. I believe this is cuttable to the top left. If it is, I think you try to knock it in.
What are you saying? You can see the whole ball. I see.
Well, not the way he's lining up, I guess. Well, I guess he could see the whole ball.
Yeah. Tried to pinch a little bit as well. Shane's got a tricky little positional shot coming up. This one ball's deep in the hole.
Yeah. Notice that ball open up, right, Carl? We talk about it all the time in the corners. You got to catch them a lot thinner than you think.
Yeah, just a hair thick. And then the slide just pushes it a little wider. Just making a good hit, hoping he survives another visit, which he will.
Did real good from there. He's probably going to try and nip him behind the 7. I'm going to probably get in trouble here, but Eklund Kachi wants to say something. I'm going to let him speak. He's a little bigger than I am.
Keep it clean, Eklund.
I'm just looking at Shane. Did he decide to grow his hair?
All right, that's enough for Eklund.
One and done for Eklund. That's his commentary career over.
Don't quit your day job, sir.
I think he's talking about Shane's fresh trim. We had a coffee with him this morning, Freeze. He's been to the barbers, got himself up for day one, the rest. And he actually spoke about last year's event, didn't he? He was on about he liked it in the pool room because between matches and sessions, he could go and practice.
Yeah, Shane never a shortage for practice.
Well, kicking again. Gets away with it.
Fran real good at dragging this ball behind the purple 5 if he chooses to. He doesn't have to. He's got a wall if he wants to bring it down table. Really one of the best at that low outside drag, nice and softly.
Yeah, that gives you an idea of the middles. The overhead looked like it was going to fall in the side. Didn't. Don't know what Shane's got here. Don't know. Can he cut this in real first? Got to be thin. Watch out, cue ball.
Yeah, this is long gone. Shane a little bit frustrated there. I think he had to be a little relieved that he even had a look at the 2. Easily could have fallen in the middle like Carl touched on. Yeah, that needed to travel about 3 more rotations. Just seems like he's been a little off today.
The paddle tennis got him yesterday. 8 of us went to the course, didn't we, Freeze? And maybe he's a little sore.
All your fault. That's a given. Typically is.
I think I'd have liked to have seen Fran put a big draw stroke on that ball then. Get it flying around the table.
Yeah, wrapping around the top 2 rails, right? Just got to hit this clean. Oh, and he did. Good sign. Ended up a little awkward here. Small pocket to punch forward on. And you can lose the cue ball in the same corner. It will bend. So I don't expect him to use a high ball here.
Here we go. Zippy. Watch out, 9 ball.
Wow. You really don't expect to put a 16-foot stroke on that ball and end up behind the 9? That's, hard to do.
It's funny how you can always seem to find that spot, though. If you told him to put it there, he could stay there for a week. Is he going to get away with one? I don't believe so. It's going to sit up near the middle for Shane. How do you like that? Yeah, and a little bit of help from his opponent. Shane wins the opener. I wouldn't be surprised to see Shane in 4 or 5 days' time in a very similar position to what he was last PLP, Scott. He's just that type of guy, isn't he?
Yeah, he really is that type of guy. And the more he plays, the more he seems to practice.
On the other table, 2 tables in action all week. Robbie Capito, currently 3-2 up.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen the best of Edward today either. I'm sure he's got more in the bag yet to win a match.
Capito on the other hand is playing some nice stuff, and what I like about Capito is he looks really up for it, to be fair. I know you know, all the players are going to be up for it, but he's just giving off that vibe as well. This could be dry. It is dry. The 8-ball rolling there on the last revolution has just helped FSR. Look at the 8. If it doesn't land there, Shane will attack the cut.
Yeah, very, very good point.
Here comes the push. You can do anything on the push. You can pot another ball. You can pot the 9. If you do pot the 9, it goes pretty much where it is right now on that spot. The big thing you've got to be aware of is now Fran. He's going to accept the push and play the shot or pass it back. So play or pass. I always feel like SVB, and you know, certainly since I've started doing commentary, Scott, not so much, you know, when I competed, didn't really watch much, but the last sort of 5 years since I've been in the booth, I really think he's the best at the push out, to be fair.
Well, he's so great at all the other games, and I think growing up in the States had a lot to do with that. Not only is he the best 9-ball player, in my opinion, to ever come out of America, which is a strong statement, but he's also, don't get it twisted, one of the best straight pool players, one-pocket players, bank pool players, all-around players there is. You gain a lot of experience with the push-out and situations from something like that.
And look, he gets the push-out given back to him so often, and look at the shot he's played.
I think a lot of times he tricks his opponent into thinking he's going to stay aggressive, and where he's simply just out thinking them.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Shane's made that safety shot look very easy, but it wasn't. It was purely about the speed. The one ball had to find the rail and sort of hug the rail. You know, FSR's not daft. He'll have known the shot, but he didn't fancy the shot, did he? He didn't fancy getting the one ball there. Well, he's been left a little gap. And consider himself very, very fortunate. He's kicked it in as well. I believe he's played that. He'll go around for the short cue, though.
Yeah, there's several highlight reels looming around with Fran playing shots like that. I don't believe it was any accident, Carl.
Well, there may well be another highlight shot coming right up. Look at how deep the ball is. This is a very good pool table we're playing on.
Yeah, this is what we're looking for the people at home. The game has become a little bit too easy in the format that W&T's put together with pockets like this. Well, there's so much more to the game. This is one you don't want to hit too hard, the cue ball can arc. Yeah, see how smooth he got through that ball to really carry the line that he was looking for. I hate touching on it, but did he get a little bit awkward? I mean, he's so talented. He overcomes this without any trouble, I'm certain, whether he takes distance or just punches out. He took the distance, a little awkward again. You can see on that last line. Carl, how close was Shane to number 6 last year in Atlantic City?
Yeah, that's the one goal that he's desperate to reach. 6 US Opens. He's tied on 5 with Earl the Pearl Strickland and lost in last year's final to Fedor Gorst. It was such a a big final, wasn't it? Such a big setting. Remember it well. The crowd was there. There was a great atmosphere. Fedor Gorst was going for the big three, the World Championships, the World Pool Masters, and the US Open in the same year. Never been done, ever. And obviously Shane was sat in the other chair going for 6.
Yeah, that was quite intense. I think the only thing that rivals that would have been the World 9-Ball Championships in Jeddah. Both great experiences.
Yeah, the arena in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It was fantastic, wasn't it? You had the sort of the presenter area on that raised platform in the center of the arena. Obviously $250,000 to the winner. And it just shows you what you can achieve in the game of 9-ball in a pool tournament. Then big matches, then big finals. Yeah, this is the view of the room. The couple of practice tables. Eklund Kanchi on the right. We're literally just sat right behind him. We could pretty much grab his cue.
Well, speaking of him, Carl, I was walking in with him, and I'd like to say that Ekman and I are pretty friendly. We've got to know each other quite well. He was a little bit complainative, if that's a word, on the pocket size, which was a bit surprising to me. I felt like a guy like him would really eat a table like this alive, but he didn't sound real confident about it.
Well, that just shows you he's not quite in tune with his game for me, because there's no reason why he wouldn't like this setup. That's crazy. You sure it weren't Cledio?
That's how I felt about it. I actually looked at him like I thought he was a little bit off. Well, maybe he is a little bit off, to your point right now.
Well, he's working away on the practice table, trying to get used to the pockets anyway, but a little surprising.
Yeah, and that cue ball died once again. Jeremy and I were touching on this last match. Shaw had a safety against Steyer. Last match that Jeremy and I did together. Shaw tried to go forward on a save just like this, and the cue ball just kind of died off of it. Left Steyer a cut to the middle. Seems to happen a lot with that high cue ball. Called extension. Yeah, I don't know if that's what he wanted. Everything off there. Just doesn't look on, does he, Carl?
No, gift for SVB.
A little bit surprising to me. I felt like earlier today he was going to be one to watch in this format. I'm not saying he's out of it by any means, but Jeremy picked him to win the European Open, and I watched Fran play all week last week, and he played real solid. Missed a odd ball here and there, but missed a big 5-ball towards the end versus Bongers. And I feel like that might have affected him a little bit.
Yeah, and I think, if you're playing a few matches in a day like they are here, and you get to a bit of a ropey start, it just seems to continue. I know you can't see table 2 because we're focusing on this table, but a match just starting out between young Moritz Neuhausen and young Sanjin Perlovanovic. You can see Moritz at the table there in the distance. Well, Perlovanovic missed a thin cut on the 3-ball, very makeable shot. You would expect these boys to knock in, but he missed it. And he's missed a lot of balls in the last 2 matches.
Yeah, and there's another one that had a really great performance last week, right? Has nothing to hold his head down about, and just hasn't seemed to be there, the hometown boy.
Yeah, maybe it just shows you how good the creme de la creme are. Because they're the ones that are more consistent.
Well, and could it be a difference in the pocket size, right? I mean, this really might expose what you're touching on right there, Carl.
Yeah, you know Shane Van Boning better than most. You know, he's grown up in America playing. He's played on every size table, every size pocket. What's his view on all the pocket sizing?
Well, you know, all the things I hear him talk about. One thing I don't think has a problem with is the pocketing or the pocket sizing. But one thing he always did, Carl, back in the day when he was matching up or making a money game, he preferred to play on 4.5-inch pockets. Now, that being said, he was playing a lot of 10 ball and had the best break on planet Earth. So he was making 3, 4, 5 balls on the break and squatting the cue ball. But when you execute like Shane Van Boning, I don't think these pockets are ever going to run you off.
Yeah, I just feel like, you know, if you're the better player out of two, to me, you want to be playing on a smaller pocket, don't you? That's my view. Maybe it's wrong.
Pretty cut and dry. I do think the tactical player a time or two might step out of the retirement box, you know, because they're going to get a few more opportunities and maybe think that they can tactically play, but you still have to make the ball at the end of the day.
Yeah, when it's all said and done, pool's about potting balls, isn't it? I think you're right, Freeze. Another dry break. Is there a window? It kind of looks like there is for Shane. One ball at the middle point.
And the balls always seem to know who's executing a little bit better. He just wants to avoid the pink, obviously, and the right side pocket if he does have the window to make it. Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Wonderful cue ball control as well. That's a massive weapon in his locker. Didn't let me down there, Scott. Cue ball landed where you would put it if I give it you in your hand. You can see he thumps that ball in, just get the cue ball down, table, give me an angle on the pink 4.
Something else spectacular about him and is his staying power, right? What he did last year at this event was, you know, pretty astonishing with all the practice he put in. But he's known to play these long distance rotation matches with people nearly half his age and still can come out on top. There's something to be said about it. Obviously, his training at the table has something to do with it, but his willpower to win, well, it's second to none.
Yeah, growing up, very young, playing pool, practicing hour after hour after hour. Kind of what you need to do to reach this level. Yeah, the 7 ball rattled and still fell. So, you know, we can talk about these pockets all we want, but, you know, if you hit them okay, the pocket will still swallow the ball. Just witness that. Oh, that might have skidded, you know. Not sure.
Actually did look like it flicked a little bit. I'm pretty sure it did, but he had an inside ball on it like he was checking it up, which is a little surprising there.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the previous shot on the 7 just made him think twice as well, because the 7 didn't go in clean. You know, you can still be thinking about it, can't you, when you're down on the shot, but it's almost like you don't really show the shot any real respect because you've done it 1,000 times.
And also, when two commentators are speaking so highly of you, it rarely ever works out in our favor.
FSR, well, he would have been convinced he was about to go 4 down. He hasn't. He's 3-1.
Tell you what, a couple of shots that Moritz Newhouse is going to come with on table number 2, then nothing short of spectacular. He's going to have to come with one more. Yeah, I can't blame him going this way.
Yeah, you didn't see the fluke he had on the blue too. It was tremendous.
Thought he kicked it in.
Yeah, he did, but still lucky.
Well, he played it.
Yeah, good luck.
Luke.
I'll give you 10 goals at that.
Well, he played it, Carl. And the following shot after that was solid.
Is there a gap? It's a little tight one. Anyway, back to the action. SVB to break. Both players having dry breaks.
Yeah, if you just go right where he's putting the cue, you think Shane's probably going to take it from there. He thinks he can edge the 1 and get over here on this right side of the table behind that little cluster. That's more like it, probably. I think a little more difficult for Shane to take it from there. To the right of the pink here on the bottom railing, I don't think that's the right move. Shane's going to take that pretty quickly and just wedge you up behind the 7 and 9. Okay, he's going to go here. If he goes far enough, Shane might not take it. Yeah, I'll be surprised if Shane passes this up. He can flick it over to the top right corner. I don't know. Cue ball stays 2 rotations to the left. SVB takes this for sure. Might be a little awkward on this edge. Is the kiss in the way, Carl, if he tries to nip it to the left long rail and back down towards the purple? Cue ball.
Yeah, he's having a good look. He's weighing up all his options. Always seems to like to shoot the ball, doesn't he, as well? Doesn't often give it back. Here we go. Well, I bet he wishes he'd give this back now.
Yeah, he put right-hand English on that ball to avoid the kiss. That's how he came crashing towards the 7. So the kiss was probably always there using center ball. Therefore, maybe you should have given it back. Pretty good thinking by FSR.
Is it one little error? You know, Shane's playing really good. He's got FSR on the ropes. Just one little error can just switch it all up.
Yeah, and this distance, he got the most out of it there. That's all due to how flat he landed on the 2 right there. Well, is he going to have to take distance on the 4, or does he go forward here? I think he just goes forward with a tip of outside. Oh, that was really quick, right?
That was nasty, wasn't it?
Yeah, something's way off with him. And you could start with his timing.
Yeah, you just knew, didn't you, Scott? You was calling the shot. You could tell where the cue ball had finished. He had to hit the centre pocket and just deliver the cue through.
Almost feel like he was in between strokes right there, right? Like last minute, he decided maybe he should just come over and out or just try and hold the cue ball, because you rarely see him do something like that. That stroke was just really off.
Yeah, we're approaching the end of day 1. Just one match to go on the main table after this one. Declan Catchy against Alyosha Yap. Both players are just warming up right in front of us. And, you know, I think from what we've seen today, Scott, Shane's been consistent. He's been there and thereabouts, hasn't he? He seems to be in that top bracket. I think Shaw, I think Chua, I think Tyler Styles played well from what we've seen.
Capito.
So we've got them 5, I believe.
I actually think Capito's breaking as good as any of them, from what I've seen. Can obviously change quickly.
Yeah, we've not seen much of Yap, have we? He's playing on the main table next.
Always seems to be quiet, doesn't he, Yap? Gets the job done. Such a great player to watch.
Yeah, and a little bit like Catchy, I think he's lost a few pounds as well. Ready for the new season. Big year ahead for these professional pool players. Well, SVB, the second time of asking, got himself on the hill. Grinding away, Sanjin. Been very much of his B game today, so he's got to just grind a win out, grind something out here. Just so he can sleep well tonight.
Yeah, well, the beauty of this format is, you know, every ball, game, and match that you win, the more pool you're going to play. Maybe he can get comfortable at some point, get back to where he should be. $15 matches in total. Each of these guys will play. There's that break you talk about a lot, Carl.
Yeah, hit that one very good. Don't know if he can play the combo. Depends how thin this 2-ball is. Looks very thin.
Yeah, can you somehow get away shooting the 2 into the rail and the 3 at the same time, and maybe dragging down behind the 6 and 9, maybe even towards the 8, somewhere back there, I don't know. Combo, as Carl just touched on, extremely thin. So close, he might be able to manage. I think he's looking at the shot I was just talking about. Basically, Carl, right? You're like wedging the 2 into the back, the 3 and the rail at the same time, and trying to just tuck down between one of those balls, the 8 or the 9.
Yeah, I was with you, Scott. I think that's like the first shot that kind of sticks out, you know, that obvious one. Just wonder if he sends it into the rail. Could the two squirt over near the pocket and maybe go in the pocket?
Well, yeah, I mean, I might have to ask him afterwards, but that was a good call, Carl. Really good shout right there, because I didn't feel like it was even getting close. So I think he played one of those two balls, or insurance. If he gets one of them down, he's going to have the other.
Yeah, it was definitely causing him some concern, wasn't it?
He's such a crafty player. There's definitely a chance that he played that shot. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, and, you know, a lot of the time when he delivers the cue, he does that thing where he moves his sort of left arm on the table. He's always done that. Let's see if he does it here. No. Maybe it's certain shots.
Oh, here we are again, though. He just a touch out of line. He's all right to come back and forth or hold.
On the back of his shirt, you can see FSR. And where the R is, it says 91. That's like his sort of logo that he's brought to life. That was the year he was born. I'm just wondering how long it's going to take until that disappears. He's not going to want the world to know he was born in 1991 at some point, is he? Thinking when he gets to about our age, it's that 40 mark, it's game over.
Our age. So you're putting you and I in the same age group now.
I'm feeling kind.
Thank you, Carl. They got it done. Nice rack from where he was.
Yeah, staying alive, but he's going to have to fade the SVB break.
Yeah, at least once.
That is the next match coming up. That's why both players are warming up. That will be the last match of the evening, last match of day one. And the last match on table 2 is well underway. Neuhausen is 3-1 up over Perlovanovic.
Yeah, and this could turn into a bit of a nightmare for Sanjin if he doesn't figure something out. This format can really compile on you at times where pressure actually gets even stronger. Match after match, you end up losing. Wow, how did the cue ball get through there? Sure, we'll get another look, but what happened? Felt like he hit those really good. He caught the bottom, the purple, so maybe a bit thin on the one, even though it went.
Having a good look, isn't he, Scott?
Yeah, just evaluating exactly where he wants to be on the 3. Guess he's going to go up table with it.
He is signalling he's not happy with that.
Is he worried about the right side pocket now going forward? I don't think it's a problem. You can cheat this a little. Must be steeper than we think. And he would know best. He's over the ball.
Yeah, if anything, it kind of just tells you that he is slightly off a little bit just because he's second guessing things, isn't he? He's up and down. Pelovanovic is having a complete mare today. That would be the best way to describe his day. He just missed another ball in the side pocket. I know you're not watching that table, but we have the luxury of a couple of screens right in front of us. Treat this one with care, FSR. There's that arm movement on the slate of the table like he does now and again.
Yeah, did he get enough out of this, though? Boy, everything just a bit tricky. Probably coming to the short side or the right side of the 7 now. Nice recovery. Looking better as time goes on.
Yep. He's hanging on in, isn't he? SVB was a little bit unlucky to scratch on the break. So that will mean FSR's breaking next. We're playing alternate break. Race to 5. 16 players. Everyone's going to play 15 matches. Top 10 will qualify. We'll say bye-bye to the bottom 6. And if Pelovanovic doesn't book his ideas up, we'll be saying bye to him as well.
Yeah, well, Newhausen must have gave it right back up after Sanjin missed the 2.
Yeah, if Sanjin can just get a win here, you know, coming into tomorrow, Friday, feel like he'd have some of his buddies coming to sweat his action, wouldn't you, Scott? So it would be a big match here, a big ending.
That's something I was very impressed with, is how he handled the crowd last week in that big arena. You gotta wonder, is it maybe a little deflating early today without all the fans? Will he get better as it goes?
Well, Ruiz has a look at this one ball. He has a job to do here. He's got to knock these balls in and then sit and sweat the SVB break in the decider.
I think he's got to go forward here. Can he go forward? If he's too straight, then he'll just stop. I think he has to go forward.
Yeah, he put a real good stroke on that ball.
I know this looks easy, but you've got to be extremely careful trying to go forward. So maybe, oh, he's got a great angle to just come out.
Yeah, he's got closer to his work.
And look at the flow, right? The timing's starting to really look like it's ticking well. There's the shoulder again. That little lunge that he does from time to time.
I'll tell you what, Scott. He's done well here to get a hill, hasn't he, really?
No, he's like come out of a deep fog, right? And just really started to time it all together quite nicely. The flow is looking good. He's got to dodge this big break from Shane Van Boening at 4 games apiece.
Table 2, they're playing their last match of the evening. The tight one. That's the situation we have right now. The pink 4 and the 8 ball, if you look at them two balls, they're tied up, so there's work to do up there. Sanjin's at the table. He can slot the blue in the right centre. Can he hold for the red 3? Even if he can, what's he going to do with the pink 4? May play safe. Cue ball in behind the purple. That's what he's done. Well, Moritz will be kicking at the blue 2. We'll let you know how that match unfolds. But back to the last rack. Shootout, SVB to break. Needs this rack to remain undefeated on day 1.
And there goes that cue ball down towards the lower left again. 2 games ago. Scratched in that corner. Yeah, so he's catching this lower ball, Carl. I don't think that's what he's drawing up. Hill, it's never straightforward, right?
Yeah, I mean, at first glance, what do you play?
Yeah, we talk about it a lot when there's an open ball, typically meaning the cue ball to the object ball that's next in line. You don't see a push out. Is this one of those situations? Yeah, and here he goes. Just wants a little better look at the 2.
Yeah, what do you think he's weighing up here? Let's try and guess if he gets the shot back. Because he's rolled it, what, about an inch?
Yeah, I'm thinking if he can cut it to the right middle, then that's what he's going to do. But I don't know that he got there with that. If not, what is he thinking? Just drift it over behind the green and the pink? We're going to find out.
Another push out by SVB. And another push out where he's got to play the shot.
I think he can bank this up and down towards the 9 and maybe swing the cue ball behind the pink if he can beat the right side pocket. If not, maybe drift it over behind the 6. Yeah, up and down.
He's outsmarting his opponents. Granted, he didn't get the hook. You're not always going to get the hook, but on reflection, pretty obvious shot.
Yeah, it really was, actually. I mean, if I can find it, FSR automatic. But, to your point, Carl, he did not get the snooker, and if Fran can see the left side of the 2, should be able to do some damage here, or at least the left half of the 2. Might even go all the way out at the bank here. Bit surprised at this pace. He's done it again. He did this early in the match, Carl, with the yellow 1.
Yeah, I mean, you may think he's been a bit unfortunate, but at this level, it's a poor shot.
Yeah, why don't you just go ahead and play that ball to the top right? You've got such cover. You happen to get it down, you're going to get a look at the 3 to the top left corner. And once again, maybe just a lack of that confidence that we're talking about.
How's this going to sit up? In fairness, he's not had the best of form in this match. That is a useful nudge, and as it come at the right time, there you see the pink 4 goes past the 6 as well.
Yeah, does he have to do anything with the cue ball here? Definitely got to cut it to the side pocket.
You could just hear a little round of applause. Pelovanovic has tied that match up. That's turning into a big old point on the other table. He's in between shots here because he's having a good look.
I almost thought it was more natural maybe to just draw down off the side rail, but oh, well, he was Dead straight into the side. The angle fooled me.
There is a bit of angle here, though. Still got to get this one right, Scott. Yeah, you could see how soft he hit it. And you know better than anyone, when you're behind that shot, these guys make it look easy. It's a steep little angle he had there. Killed the cue ball nicely. 2 rails back out to where it is now, probably a little higher. Here she comes. Wants this ball to keep rolling. He'll power this off the 1 rail. That's the top rail. Back down. Leave yourself straight on the 7. It's game over.
Yeah, and something he does real well with this is he doesn't overpower it. Is he coming to the second rail here?
He is. I thought it'd have gone 1. But who am I to judge the GOAT? Even though I've beaten him in a final before, so maybe I should judge him.
You're here for a reason, Carl. You can judge all you'd like. I actually thought he'd come 1 rail as well, though.
Oh, you thought the same, Scott?
Absolutely.
Okay. Little tester here. Passes with flying colours. SVB with the bridge to remain undefeated on day 1. Let's not forget he is the defending champion. And he gets off to a flyer here in Sarajevo. There's a fist bump. SVB beats FSR in a final rack thriller. Coming up in 5 minutes' time, Eklund Kachi against Alyushas Yap.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really getting to the spirit.
Nine-ball fans all around the world. There's so much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
In the world of pool descend on the West Midlands for what should be one cracking tournament.
Warming up. He's actually played that shot.
Oh, you've got to be joking.
Great shot, division.
Robbie Caputo unleashes emotion.
Hello again, everyone. You can see that Hotel Hills Sarajevo in Bosnia-Herzegovina. This is the last match of day number 1 of the PLP, the Premier League pool. I'm Jeremy Jones with Scott. It's been an interesting day, right? I think for the most part, excusing a few people, even though they won all their matches, even 1 or 2 maybe. It's been an up and down day for most players.
Yeah, early we saw a lot of tactical kind of grind matches we didn't really expect. Sometimes in this format, you'll see a lot of 5-1, 5-2 matches. We've seen several 5-4 matches.
Yeah, and for day 1, the feeling I get is like a perfect combination of very serious, of course, professional, but also trying to settle in and after a long week at the European Open, real lighthearted between the guys, which they always are. They're a great group.
Take a look at that break, the power he comes with there.
Yeah, and Eklund will tell you it hadn't been the break today. Really slow him down. He's made some great shots, but he gave away a couple.
Probably not going to like me talking about this, Jeremy. He and I are pretty close, but he was telling me he's not too comfortable with the pockets right yet.
Yeah, he and I were discussing a few things just moments ago, and I think he's just got to lean on it, you know what I mean? Just keep hitting the ball clean, and it'll dress up. He's going to go into the 3 probably here. Off the rail, maybe. And just, kind of like do your thing, right? Don't back off. Because he's certainly one. I mean, everyone's trying to win the tournament, but if you're talking about a guy that is certainly here to win, that's what he does, and is capable of doing it. He's one of the guys.
Yeah, what a big opener he just come with there. Split the back of the pocket in the lower right. Went into the 3 like JJ touched on. Got to come with 1 more. I mean, he can afford to be out in the middle here, right? And just take a steep cut on the 5 if he wanted.
Yeah, he may be stunning. He missed one badly in a match earlier. I like him just puring at 1 rail, smoothing it down.
Exactly.
Yeah, when he's really playing.
Well, this was kind of my fear. I don't know if he's got stuck or not, but I felt like it was a little risky coming that way.
Yeah, but the way he played it, he didn't really offer missing the ball. Kind of like the first 2 shots show me he may have had a little talk with himself, like, hey, let's get back to hitting the ball clean and just see what happens. Because he makes great decisions and stuff like that. He's great. When he has this part going, that's when it gets kind of extra special. Used to go a little bit to make it comfortable.
Yeah, I think it just got there.
And we've already had a lot of great matchups, but you talk about 2 highly ranked players that are always in the mix in the big events. This is 2 of them, Aloysius Yap and Eklund Kachi.
Yeah, and Yap, not one that's talked about quite as much. Just real silent to me a lot of times. One of my favorite players to watch.
Yeah, he's, if you put a department of different things on what they exceed at, or excel at, rather, and, once Yap gets in line, he's as good as anyone staying in line. Just really, really great with the cue ball and decisions from ball to ball. Well, as good as we've seen, I think, today.
Yeah, especially from him. I think that was as clean as it gets.
Yeah, 3 pure ones to open, and then close game 1.
First round, played his brother. Lost 5 games to 4. Can't be easy playing your brother. I would assume it's probably better to get it out of the way early.
Yeah, I only recall playing my brother once. I know it happened more than that, but a long time ago when we first started playing. Funny story, but yeah.
Shout out to Drew.
Yeah, Drew's he Yeah, not easy playing your road buddy. We saw it with the Code Brothers a few times when they had to play. One time here, actually at the PLP last year. It's a bit of a rough match.
They played later in the, I think in the final day or day before.
I think they played twice, actually, in the first round, and then they both advanced, I believe, anyways, and had to play again in the second round robin.
Yeah, it was a key situation. Key moment.
This is where he's really improved. Not only more power, but just a little better spreads. One down at a higher percentage.
Going back to the Ko brothers, I believe Ko Ping Chung got the better of that match. The last one they played there at the PLP.
Yeah, I think you're right. You'll just notice sometimes he, you could see it. I think anyone could see it between the first two breakoffs. The movement on the object ball's much different. I'd love to see that to where we could put a little GPS on those things and see how much one player gets as far as movement off the rack compared to others. Yeah, he's gonna like this, I think, anyways.
I think this is another part of his game that's really buttoned up. Yes, he's been great at it, but from what I've seen over the last year and a half or so, he's really dialed in his defensive side.
Yeah, and real good kicker of the ball here. Eklund, excuse me. And what he'd like to do here is you pick out a line to where you're kind of cutting the two. You're hoping to cut the two to the bottom rail, and then the cue ball follows on down as the two goes back up. Avoid the double kiss. He caught it on the other side. That's the one that sells out a little more often. Good hit, though. And a lot of value in the hit, huh, Scott, with the 4 the way it is, right? I mean, just don't give up ball in hand there, and you like your chances of getting back to the table.
Yeah, I think somebody like yourself here would even really just be thinking about somehow trapping them on the 4. Not looking for breakout position, just get the 2 down.
Yeah, you really could have, the way they sat. You could have banked the 2 away and opened the 4 right there and sat them down real soft, in a soft manner. They were just sitting real nice to do so. To where really you lock them up big time, I think. Might have a free bank. You never know in a moment where he could stun forward behind the 8 if he falls just right. On the pink, right? Like almost.
Yeah, you just have to avoid the 8, but
too much cut here, I think. You want to be a little below it or straight on, right? To stun forward and have shape on the 5 while you're holding them on the 8.
Absolutely. The problem here is actually holding the object ball, isn't it?
Well, you can use the 9, I think. You can cut it a little bit here and use the 9. Okay.
Wow.
Well, he's got that soft touch, but he didn't weld them.
No, but he made it look easier. He could have easily welded them with that stroke.
Now, I like diving into this ball with a hair spin with a little right. That way you're coming into the 4 and you can bank it up with the 5-6 tied up a little bit. You may get a snooker behind the 5-6.
Yeah, tuck behind him almost.
Might kick it in while putting him behind the 5-6 if you kind of come into it with a hair right?
And get some type of a look on the 5.
He's pretty sharp. Excuse me. He's pretty sharp with the kicking, so I'm sure he sees it.
Yeah, maybe it's just a little high or a little far out, right?
Yeah, but on the slick table, you can make it hold pretty well. You have to judge it, though, well. What he's thinking is, let me not break out the 5-6. Wow.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was thinking. I don't think he ever thought he was going to get below that ball either.
Right between them. Yeah, at that speed, if he hits the pink, he probably maybe comes behind the 8 and 9 with the cue ball, maybe with that spin. Now, if the 5 goes, I like position, but otherwise I like going forward off the top of the 5. Yeah, like this, and open them and let the 5 fall downward. If the 6 gets a little funny, well, so be it. Didn't like that, but that's the one I didn't like. I like going forward off the top of it, and that way the 5 stays there and the cue ball goes to the left side of the table. Like no danger, pretty much.
Yeah, it looked to me like I thought he was trying to go forward through the ball. I guess he just played the paint too thin.
No, when he's close to the ball, he's stunned with a little higher tip because he's so close to the ball, right? So, no, that was doable, of course, and hard to question this guy. We talked about that earlier, but I think he just, didn't see going forward off of it.
Yeah, is he looking to bank this to the right?
Yeah.
Side pocket here. Backdoor cover on the 8-9.
And distance, if anything.
Yeah.
He did give him the bottom of the cue ball, though, so he's got a little options. He could come back purely with low right English, could cross it.
Yeah, I like the cross, but obviously for good reason.
Yeah.
50 years old.
Yeah, our last name isn't Kachi, so.
That too.
All right, he's leveling out, so it's the cross. But again, pay attention to the slick table. I like coming down left of the 9 and the 8 myself. Straight ball.
Yeah, and you're really kind of thinking short here if you're playing it.
Yeah, just play the rail speed with the cue ball mainly.
Seven looks like a big ball there, but the problem is the 5 could open up for an easy jump or a straight in look. What's he got?
Yeah, just don't leave him the top of the purple here. Lay him on the rail behind the 7. Don't leave him the cross corner bank. That's the one you don't want to leave. Didn't suspect the cross side bank might come in play, but it's close. I don't think it's there though, right? Cut the 5 and come behind the 7? Or come towards the 7 rather?
Yeah, I think that is a good play. I don't mind coming behind it either if you can get enough on it.
Yeah, just don't leave the long rail bank. That's the one you're kind of fearing here a little bit. Like a free long rail bank, he'll take that.
Yeah, nice little rub off the 8.
Well, great cue ball. I mean, most likely he was going to be okay. Sandjen and Moritz, Newhausen, table 2. Another Hill match.
Yeah, and a huge match for Alivanovic.
All right, he's got a little piece. A lot of traffic.
Pretty incredible right there. Really. Even though he can see all of the 5.
Yeah, and what that was full commitment to the stroke. A lot of times when you're shooting balls, you make those strokes, but when you're trying to edge it, you kind of forget, hey, I got to stroke the ball, and did real well there. What's he do here? This is really tough. I don't think the bank to the right goes. The upper right. Is he playing the 6? I don't know. Is he just holding the cue ball?
Well, that tells us how tough it really was. I don't think he could get enough of the left side of the 5 to do anything special there, so maybe had to go towards the 6 and just double kissed it, Jay.
Tried to make the 6, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah. Almost a trick shot, really. The inside spin and draw. Now the lefty gonna have a little bit of a stretch, I think. I don't know.
Definitely one I think he goes forward on. There's no reason to contest with the 9. And really all credit to the shot that played on the 5 there. Get the cue ball back up and down, leaving so awkward for Kachi.
Yeah, with a little more thought, looking at it, I might have just framed him. Really kind of, he did a controlled kind of, let's create a little luck maybe not leave an easy shot, but I'm with you. What a shot by the Yap. 9 down to tie this score. Looks like Sanjin in trouble for another loss here on day 1. And we're going to look at table 2 and Morris Newhausen to win Hill late on day 1.
Yeah, and you get the feeling this is much bigger for Sanjin than it is Newhausen. Back to the drawing board, Pelivanovic.
That one hit a little high on the pocket, but it did go down. And 2 of our, again, young stars and certainly future stars. All right, so watch this break from the big guy. And if you're watching at home, just, of course, the break and run out, that's easy to recognize. But watch how the battle, when it is in a break and run out between these great players and how much effort they put in. And I don't mean playing slow, but really trying to learn that side of the game and realize how many games you squeeze out here and there from it and eventually win matches and tournaments.
Yeah, really good point, Jay. It's why guys like you and I actually decide to play an event like this every now and then. Right? I think the format leads to that, right? The tight pockets, the 9 on the spot.
Oh, absolutely. And just want to see as much of the game as possible, especially when the great players are doing it and they do it, they just do it real well, simply. But, you go here, the 7's a big ball.
I don't know, but talk about go. There was a lot going on that break. Cue ball caught that kiss off the 9 again back up towards the corner. I believe it was the 9. Does he go, Jeremy?
Well, this is a little bit, I think he's supposed to. I think he's at a higher percentage, and I think he knows he's at a higher percentage versus pushing out against Yap, right?
Boy, this is tough.
He likes it, though.
It was tough.
Well, there's always this element also. A lot going on.
Yeah. Let's be real, though. Didn't even connect with the 7 at all.
I get it, but there was a lot of ways to make the 7, though. Rail first, double kiss, straight on. I think in the position, he would have liked to have the cue ball out 6 more inches from the pocket, of course.
Well, that's what I was considering. Maybe Shane might have pushed out in that scenario, right? Just a little more to the left on the long rail or short rail or something. I don't know. Maybe just to make it a little easier for yourself.
Yeah, you ain't necessarily getting it back. That's
possible,
the point,
right?
Kachi pretty handy along with the skills as far as pretty smart with the percentages. Also, I think.
I agree.
Plus, I think he liked it.
Clearly.
Okay, not a huge underdog here. A little bit. He's got to kind of soft spin it. He's not even going to try and make it. He's just floating behind the 8. Great shot.
Yeah, and where does he leave him here? How much up the 2 can he get? He can clearly get the top side of it, right?
Yeah. Do you bring the 2 out going behind the 6 and get it out in the center maybe? Or do you just use the 6 simply just to get the snooker? You know what I mean? Just play a soft one. He is lefty. He might leave a jump, but...
Yeah, you don't really want to bring the 2 across too far. I know that.
No, just kind of out in the center or maybe even doubled up on the 8. I don't think you can really do that, but... You could bring it across somewhat, though, like around the spottish middle area, because the 7 becomes a little odd.
Yeah, just not too much past there.
No, get him on the rail, though.
Exactly.
All right, he's killing it somehow, it looks like, with left spin. Got it somewhat odd.
Yeah, not terrible at all.
I think he wanted it on the side cushion or the end cushion, that being the cue ball. But that tells me it wasn't so natural to go by the 6, Scott. So he had to produce something with a little draw and a little left spin to slow the cue ball down to get by the 6.
Any value to end rail here?
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, he'll probably chop the 2 by the 3 and bring you behind the 9, though. So he's trying to run the cue ball. He took a big chance. But you can't just lay up against these guys, you know, where it's rail, and you got the 3, 4, 9 there. They're always going to cut the 2 behind the 3 and run you behind the 9 with the cue ball. So you got to go a little more with it, unless you absolutely have nothing. No.
Yeah, and I definitely wasn't saying just flat end rail to end rail, but I can't really use a telestrator. But they're definitely going to eat you alive, like Jeremy said, if you just leave them anywhere open end rail to end rail. Well, he did catch that paper thin. Well, this is kind of more what I was talking about, but he can lay.
You froze it, though.
Behind the 3. I just meant kind of like the angle J, you know, where the cue ball's over the right more and the object ball's more to the left, where it's a little tougher.
No,
to
yeah,
use
well,
the
that's
3.
good enough, yeah. And if you feel good about freezing them on the rail, that's okay.
Right.
If you can at least make it difficult cueing and all that, that's all right. You don't have to hit it perfect.
But the 3's still a massive ball here.
And don't let up on your stroke if you're hitting the left side. At least let the cue ball run. Now he's going the other way with a little hook on the cue ball. It's like a little bit of a roll, especially now the 9 in the way. 2 rails off the top cushion. Try and come in behind it maybe, or straight at it.
Yeah, one of the 2 will work, right? Just go at it, 2 rails. You could get the backdoor carom or go straight into the 2.
The ball wants to lengthen it. Also, you could make the 7 actually coming off the bottom cushion. You could hit the bottom of the 2 and kiss the 7 in. Center ball, maybe. Not too long.
And you said the ball wants to lengthen, and it always does. Maybe a little more speed might have helped that, but he hit it pretty hard.
Yeah, I like cueing a little more downward myself. Seems like that ball wants to. The main thing is not understanding what it does. Is it's when it does it. Seems like the ball wants to turn over quicker. Sometimes on the new felt, it sounds like that shouldn't make sense, but it seems that way.